Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our February 9th budget meeting. Um, I'll call the meeting to order, and we'll start with the playing of our national anthem and our Indigenous land acknowledgement statement.
No audio.
Let me try that again. Oh. Yeah. There we go. There we go.
No audio or video.
Okay, folks, I think we're having technical difficulties. Maybe we should, maybe we need to pass on the national anthem for today and figure this out another time.
Yeah, my apologies. Sorry about that.
Okay, then. The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded, and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. I'll now ask if any member of council has a pecuniary interest to declare in today's proceedings. Okay, hearing none, I will let the record show that none was declared. So our first order of business then today would be to approve the agenda. Could I get a mover and seconder, please? Whereas the members of the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone have been presented with an agenda for the February 9th, 2026 regular council budget meeting, be it resolved that the agenda for this meeting be adopted as presented. Mover and seconder.
I can make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nash, seconded by
I'll second it.
Councillor Lamb. Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, I'll call the question then. All those in favor of approving the agenda, you can put your hand up, and if you don't have your video on, could you speak up, please?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes. And Mr. Mayor, do you mind if I ask a question to you? Would that be okay?
Go ahead, yes.
Okay. Over the last week, I was just reading through the procedural bylaw, and because we're doing a lot more calls now on Zoom, I just wanted to see how it is for voting. And I'll just read a quick section here because I think it should be that everybody says on council says their name and how they vote. It's not a show of hands. And this is what we have in our procedural bylaw under 3.19. Voting will be by way of a show of hands in favor or against, except when a recorded vote is requested. Next sentence. In the case where a member is participating electronically in the meeting, per section 4.8, and no recorded vote has been requested, the member will state their name and indicate orally to the chair their position on the matter. So we're not supposed to be doing a show of hands. So I just ask for this meeting and meetings going forward that we follow that procedure. And I believe that would be done. So if anybody's on a call, and they don't have video, not even for us participating, but others listening would know how people are voting, right? So I just asked that that's what we follow if we could. Thank you.
I don't, that's not how I interpret what you read. It's the section about people calling out their names and so on applies to the people who are not who are not on video, not to everybody.
Well, I'll reread it to you again, Mr. Mayor. In the case where a member is participating electronically in the meeting per section 4.8 and no recorded vote has been requested, the member will state their name and indicate orally to the chair their position on the matter. Doesn't say if you're on video or no video. It's very clear here. Staff can look it up.
But essentially, yeah, all right. But the only thing is, you realize that turns every vote into essentially a recorded vote. That's, I mean, because
yeah, in a way you're correct.
And it's it's just going to make the meetings longer.
Well, we
every
need,
single vote that we have. Not
yeah, but we need to follow the rules, Mr. Mayor, at the same time. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, it seems to me that it's pretty clear. I don't think it'll extend the meeting very much because I'm putting my hand up. I'll just go along with Councillor Nash and Woods and say, yes, no, or whatever, right? So
Yeah.
it allows me to take my video off, I guess. So I think we should follow the rules, in my opinion. So.
Okay, fine. Well, we can do that if you want. It's for the last vote. The three councilors that I saw put their hands up, if you want to call it, or two, if you want to state your name and say you're in favor of the agenda, then.
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Ray, yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes. The agenda is carried. So now, I guess I should just do the introductions. I don't see any members of the public online on this meeting, but just for the record, all 5 members of council are present via Zoom at this meeting. It is a Zoom only meeting. So myself, Mayor George Comrie, Councillor Janice Bray, Councillor Joe Lamb, Councillor Scott Nash, Councillor Brian Woods. We have our CAO clerk, Nigel Black. We have our deputy clerk, Wendy Schroeder. We have our treasurer, Jessica Sinkowski. That's a good thing because we're going to be talking about budgets. And we have our fire chief, Bob Whitman, and our planning assistant, Paul Macri. Did I miss anybody? I don't think so. Okay.
Is Mike going to attend?
Mike is just having some trouble getting logged in. I asked him to get in touch with Wendy to get some help, so hopefully he'll be on soon.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Again, we're following, as Jessica's going to explain to us in a minute, but we're following a slightly different procedure than we have in previous years. We have a consolidated budget, which is presented in a very different way. We have this meeting for today. We also have if you like, a continuation of that meeting scheduled for Wednesday if it's necessary, but that doesn't mean that we have to use it. Perhaps we can finish today, but it's not the anyway, as we go through the budget, you'll see how this is how this works. But there's no if we do end up having to continue the meeting on Wednesday, there's no we're not separating out the item into the budget items into capital and operating as we have in the past. So anyway, with that, we should move into committee of the whole so that we can have discussion without having a motion for every item that wants to be discussed. Could I get a mover and seconder, please, that we move into committee of the whole?
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bray moves, seconded by.
I can second, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. All those in favor, please say your name.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes. Councillor Lamb, I think you're on mute.
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes. So that is carried, and we are in committee of the whole as of, looks like 10:14 a.m. And that's basically all with motions until we get through what we have to do today. So the item on our agenda that we're dealing with, of course, is it's item 5.1. It's the proposed budget, consolidated budget, and we do have a report from our treasurer, Jessica. So Jessica, I'll turn it over to you, and you can take us through your report, please.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
Through you, how are we going to attack this? Like, we've got a bunch of numbers after this, but Jessica's made an excellent report, by the way, Jessica. I'm in all my years on council, I don't think I've seen such a thorough document, and you should be congratulated. You've done a super job. And I think you tend to make it far more understandable than others, so that have preceded you. So again, my thanks for that. But as you go through, like, all the written stuff, like, I've got questions and things like that. Are we going to stop when you get to that, or stop when we get to numbers, or how do we want to do this? As each page comes up, we ask questions if we have any.
Yes, your worship, I can answer that question. I was going to do a bit of an introduction to my report and address the structure of the meeting, but we'll basically be going through the budget package, going through the high level reports at the beginning of the package. We'll go over the capital changes that came out of the January meeting, and then we're going to dive into each cost center. So I'm also going to keep a running tally of any proposed changes that council makes so that you understand the impact to the bottom line. So as we go through each cost center, each area like administration, building services, fire, et cetera, you'll have the opportunity to ask questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that explanation. I note that our Public Works Manager has now joined the call. Welcome, Mike. Jessica, over to you.
Wendy, could you just turn on screen sharing, please?
Let me know if that works, Jessica.
Yep, that worked. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Everyone can see my presentation, I assume.
I can.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. All right. So good morning, Council. This week, staff are presenting the 2026 consolidated operating and capital budget. And this budget represents not only the financial plan for the coming year, but also a significant improvement in how we structured, presented, and understand the municipality's finances. So the most important change that you've probably noticed is the new format. So historically, the budget was organized primarily around general ledger accounts. And while that captured all transactions, it did make it difficult to clearly see the true cost of delivering individual municipal services. So for 2026, we've reorganized the budget into cost centers. So this groups revenues and expenses by service area, such as administration, roads, facilities, external levies, et cetera. That way, council can clearly see what each function costs, how it's funded, and how those costs are changing year over year. The goal for that was greater transparency, consistency, and better decision making. In addition, in developing this budget, staff also worked from structured working papers that included 3 years of historical data, so both budget and actuals, and staff documented all changes and provided explanation for any increases or decreases. That change will create continuity from year to year, and it strengthens accountability in the budget process. So from a financial perspective, the draft budget proposes a modest municipal tax rate increase. And for an average assessed home, this represents an annual increase of less than $30. To support this target, we are recommending a limited one-time transfer from the funding stabilization reserve and the building reserve to offset temporary pressures rather than building structural increases into the tax base. And I will explain the reasoning behind that when we get to capital. So on the capital side, council's direction from the January review has been incorporated into a consolidated plan of 25 projects funded through a mix of reserves, grants, and levy funding. Capital levy funding is temporarily elevated this year to address infrastructure and council priorities, but reserve use would allow us to manage that fluctuation responsibly. We are also continuing to strengthen long-term financial sustainability. So contributions to the asset management reserve are being increased to move toward the recommended capital funding target identified in the 2024 asset management plan. And debt levels also remain well within provincial limits and no new debt is being issued. Taxation and revenue projections have been prepared conservatively to reflect current assessment trends and provincial funding updates. And overall, this budget is designed to balance service delivery, infrastructure investment, and financial stability. It improves transparency, aligns funding with actual service costs, and provides council with clearer tools to evaluate priorities. So for the next 2 days, my goal is, or the 2 days of meetings this week, my goal is to walk through the package in a structured way so everyone has a clear understanding of what's included and where decisions are being made. So we'll start with the high-level summaries at the beginning of the budget package so council can see the overall financial picture. From there, we'll review the capital plan and the changes that were incorporated following the January meeting. And after that, we'll move into the operating budget and review each cost center individually so council can ask questions and discuss specific areas in detail. Finally, we will be reviewing the proposed user fee changes that was included at the towards the end of the budget package. So just to note, there was no increases to user fees in 2025. So staff are recommending some increases for the 2026 budget, and we have incorporated most of those changes in the budget, but we'll talk about that further when we get to that section. So before we begin reviewing individual sections, I just briefly wanted to outline the types of changes council can make and how those decisions would affect the overall levy. And this would help frame the discussion so we understand just not what we're changing, but the financial impact of those choices. So firstly, council can modify how much funding is drawn from the funding stabilization reserve. We proposed a transfer of $100,000. What that does is maintains the baseline capital levy funding of about $90,000. So basically, you contributed approximately $90,000 of funding towards capital projects in 2025. Capital levy funded projects are proposed to be at $190,000 for 2026. So by drawing from that funding stabilization reserve, we're just applying that funding towards the capital projects that need to be done this year.
Jessica, can I ask you, or through you, Mr. Mayor, can I ask you a question on that? We're using the 100,000, so it's our levies have gone up basically 100,000. What percentage is that of the total levies?
That through your worship, that would be a little bit over 2%. So if you were to remove that transfer, that would increase the tax rate or the tax levy by an additional 2%, a little higher than
Yeah,
that.
no, maybe I misstated. So if our levies were $1 million before, they're now 1.1. Like what percentage did it go up? 10? Did the levies go up 10% or 5% or what?
Yeah, so in the budget package that you received, it was a 3% increase. I do have an update to council. We have gotten that down to 2.8%. So if you removed the funding from the funding stabilization reserve, that increase instead of 2.8% would be between 4.8 and 5%.
So a lot of the increase, if you will, or the 100,000 that we're taking out of the stabilization fund is just because of the levies going up.
Just because of,
and most of the levies are, I think 46,000 of that is the police levy, right?
yes, the increase to the policing levy was a little over 40,000, so that does impact the bottom line. But basically, the funding stabilization reserve is meant to fund like newer capital initiatives that were proposed to be funded from the levy. So I do have some charts that might make that easier to understand and to understand the impact of changing that contribution from the reserve.
Okay, anyway, sorry, I'll leave it, but I'm still. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I do have a graph that I will be showing shortly,
Okay,
and
okay,
if
I'll
we
leave
can
it till
revisit
then.
it at that point. I
Okay,
think it'll
thank
make
you.
it easier to understand.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so secondly, council can adjust transfers to our reserves. So you could increase the contribution to the asset management reserve. What that would do would get us closer to that capital funding target identified in the asset management plan a little sooner than we initially expected. You could also plan to transfer into the funding stabilization reserve or modify how much funding we're using in the 2026 budget. Thirdly, you can make changes to the proposed revenues and expenses that were submitted from departments and committees. So as we walk through those cost centers, you'll see the account breakdowns and you can make changes to any of the proposed budgets against any account. Fourthly, you can make changes to the proposed user fees that staff have compiled. So we have proposed one new fee for burn permits, which would reduce levy pressure because it would be additional revenue that we could include, which would offset the increase to the tax levy. That is up to council approval. If you were to lower any of the other proposed fees, that could increase levy pressure because we have included those increased fees in our revenue estimates. So, for example, if we budgeted an increase to tax certificates by from $30 to $50. You want to reduce that to $40. That would impact the revenue that we've budgeted for tax certificates and would impact the bottom line.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, could I ask Jessica a quick question?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Jessica, on the user fees, would that be, is that the same category that would hold like building permits that are over 3 years old that people are required to pay inspection fees for? Would that fall under user fees?
Through your worship, yes, those are on the building department user fee schedule included in the towards the end of the budget package.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and lastly, council could also consider deferring levy funded projects to a future year, which would reduce the levy requirement towards capital. So as we go through the meeting, I have created a spreadsheet where I'll be running a tally of all of the council changes so that you'll have real-time visibility to the impacts to the bottom line impact to the tax levy or to the tax rate. And to keep the discussion productive and to make sure we're pacing ourselves, I wanted to suggest some times for our schedule. So I'm proposing a 45-minute lunch break at 12:30, an afternoon break at 3:30, and adjournment at 5 p.m. I'm not sure if we will get through everything today, but I did want to note that we have scheduled Eva Fincham as a delegation at the beginning of the Wednesday meeting so that she can walk council through the library budget and the requested increase in funding. But I think we will need the Wednesday meeting for that presentation and probably to get through the user fee review. So with that framework in mind, I will begin with the summary overview, and please stop me as I'm going through if you have any questions. So what I'm going to do is pull up the budget package that you received.
And Jessica, just before you get going, I have a question, if I could, through the mayor. Mr. Mayor, if members of council had like an initial comment that they wanted to say at the opening of the meeting, would now be an appropriate time? I'm not sure if others have a quick little comment that they might want to say, but I did leading into the budget. Would now be an appropriate time to do that for each member of council before Jessica really gets into the nitty gritty?
Well, I don't know. Does normally I would expect those comments to be sort of at the end of the detailed discussion, but I don't know. Do others want to make general comments at this point?
I think it's I think it's appropriate if as long as it's not 15 minutes long.
Well, it can't be longer than 5 minutes, I don't think, but we're going to stick to our procedure bylaw. But all right, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have about 14 quick little points here. Overall, unless we make some major changes, I don't feel that I could be in favor of the budget that's been shown to us today. I do want to thank staff, particularly the treasurer, for the very detailed report that include graphs and stuff. It was very easy to follow, and I really do appreciate that. Currently, we're proposing an increase of 2.38%. And to me, that's not enough. And we should be closer to the 4%. The reason being is capital funding, as per our asset management or AMP study, says we should be putting in 1.1 million a year. This year, we're 260,000 short of hitting that target. And having a 2.38% might look good, but it's not good from a bookkeeping point of view when we could be putting more aside similar to many, many other municipalities in my eyes. There's an item under council, which is the road grant. And I'm not sure why we have the road grant under council, where the remuneration is. I also feel that, to myself, it's very important that we do look at the insurance and shop both the broker and the insurance company this year. We haven't done it in a few years, and there's Aviva Travelers Group, there's Intact Public Entities, there's Ontario Municipal Exchange, the Cooperators, and Fairfax Financial are just a few that do insure municipalities in the province of Ontario. I noticed that under the fire hall, in speaking with the fire chief when he was working on the budget, that we had a new furnace put in last year, but we'd spoken last year about possibly doing some windows. The door was done last year, but the windows are not in the budget, but we've gone and spent a lot of money on a new furnace. And I think that would be a perfect green initiative or energy efficiency initiative. I also think as we go through this, that going forward, we need to look at maybe some additional winter maintenance, which might affect the budget for next fall, be it Lads Road, Shawanaga, Lorimer, or Clear Lake Road, and maybe having portions of the municipal assumed roads plowed a little further. Under donations, I know at the last capital meeting, we spoke about donating to the school, the local school, of about, I think it was noted about $10,000, and I did not see that in the budget today. I also know that the Cramadog Snowmobile Club is looking for a donation. So I think we might need to increase the donation line item when we get to it later today. And I also think if we are going to do anything with Ice Cap, that should be in there, as they are a charitable donation. Item number 9, I'm almost wrapping up here, Mr. Mayor. I don't feel that we have enough under legal in regards to the pool OP or zoning. And when it comes to the library, there's a large increase of about $30,000 in salaries. And the budget for the library is actually more than the fire department, based on 2025 numbers. So I think we just need to look at that and be very careful as to how much the library is getting as part of our budget. I didn't see any lake water testing in the budget under environmental initiatives, and I know that that's been spoken to and is an important part for myself and others. And then under bylaw, on page 21, when we get to it, I don't see any revenue from bylaw. And to me, last year we did not issue a ticket, I don't believe. And I really hope we're not assuming that we're not going to be generating any revenue from bylaw this year. Also, an item that is very important to me, the parkland dedication fee. We only have in our budget spending $35,000 under capital, and I think about $20,000 under operating for the boat launches. That's only $55,000. And we all know that we have to spend or allocate 60%. And right now we have $160K in the reserves for that. So we need to spend almost $100,000. So we're short by tens of thousands of dollars of either spending or allocating. And again, at the last meeting, we spoke about a Zamboni and possibly a tractor for that Zamboni. And I don't see a Zamboni in our capital budget. And the last comment was about the Works Department, but I'll speak to that when we get to that item. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council for listening to me today. And I hope that by the time we get through, well, I don't know what that was.
That's the 5-minute alarm sound, I think.
I was just going to say, hopefully, by the time we get through the budget, I can be in support of it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I I think all of those items that Councillor Nash raised we would have got to them eventually as we went through the budget. And um, I'm not sure what the advantages of raising them up front, but is there anyone else who wants to make a general comment before we get into these? Because
Well, I'll go quickly, Mr. Mayor, through you. As I said at the beginning, I think that the package is excellent. Some of the points that Councillor Nash brings up, I have highlighted, but I thought we would get to as we go through the package as opposed to, I mean, I've got many questions, but I thought I'd deal with them as we talk about them. So some things I don't agree with, but I'll comment on those as we go along. So, but anyway, so that's all I have to say.
okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I'll be quick.
Yeah, Councillor Woods, go ahead.
Thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. Jessica, I would like to personally thank you very much because I think the layout of this report and how we're approaching the budget is the best that I've ever experienced. So you deserve congratulations on all the work you've put in here. I've heard comments from people in the community that said, finally, we have somebody that's putting a budget together that's easy for everybody to follow and understand. So I'd like to thank you for that. I do agree with many of the comments that Councillor Nash made. I had some questions about the request for the money to the school and the Zamboni. But I guess we'll get through it. Let's try and get some good work done here today, folks. And again, Jessica, thank you very much because I think this is fantastic to be able to read through this and understand everything and have all the information that you provided.
Okay, so Councillor Ray, did you have any comments?
I would just ditto everything. I think that it's a great budget package, really easy to understand and get through. Thank you so much, Jessica.
Okay, so we have on the screen now then the list of cost centers, and I guess you can see the total numbers there, but unless you were going to do something else, Jessica, I'm guessing we want to go and look at them one by one, correct?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I'll just walk through some of the high-level reports, and I do have some changes that I wanted to let council know about. So what you're seeing on the screen is what was presented in the in the budget package that you received. We have been able to bring down this levy increase slightly based on some adjusted numbers for assessment growth. So I just want to walk you through what got changed and why. So I do have an updated working papers for the budget with updated numbers. So I'm just skipping ahead a little bit to the tax impact analysis. So in this column, you'll see this is what was reported. So we had initially estimated a little over 37,000 in assessment growth added on to what our 2025 levy was. So basically what this total taxation number is what we would need to generate from revenue based on current tax rates. But that number comes from the Ontario Property Tax Association. So we did get an updated number for our assessment growth. So we've increased that to 44,434, which essentially reduces that bottom line increase required. So you'll see here the adjusted increase after those transfers from reserves that we've recommended is now down to 108,000, slightly over that. That represents a 2.79% increase to the levy increase as well as the tax rate increase. So in simpler terms, for an average home assessed at 168,000, instead of a $29.59 increase, it would be a $27.57 increase. So I have updated that overview. What I also did was included the amount of the change for each area. I apologize that wasn't included in the package, but I do think that is helpful. And what I've done here is I've sorted it by the dollar value of the change, just so you understand what's really driving that bottom line impact. So I'll just quickly walk through this at a high level. So you'll see the biggest dollar value change is in our external levies. It's going up about 8.49%, and that is beyond council's control. That's for things like the policing levy, the District Social Services Administration Board, and we base those numbers on what was reported to us from those agencies. And in a few cases where they hadn't reported their numbers yet, we budgeted for an increase based on historical increases over prior year's budget. So that is a substantial part of that $108,000 increase, but council doesn't have any control over that. Second is roads. That's going up 67,000 or 5.96%. When we get to the roads area, we'll talk through where those changes are driven from. Your reserve contributions are going up 65,000, and that is primarily or solely from the increased contribution to the asset management reserve. So in the 2024 asset management plan, they recommended us get to that $1.1 million funding target. They also recommended to not have a huge tax increase in 1 year to target a 1.4% increase in our capital funding per year. So that's why that's where the numbers come from. And I do have a summary of that further on in the presentation. So we will get to that. Administration is only up slightly by 3.86%. Again, we'll walk through those changes. Library is up by 21% or 21.16%, or about 28,000. That's primarily due to the increased contribution from the municipality that they've asked for. Eva will be presenting on Wednesday, and she'll walk through why that change is being requested. Waste management is up by 12.9%. That is primarily driven from that loss in recycling revenue from the producer responsibility agreement. That revenue has gone down by about 20,000, and then there's been some other minor increases and adjustments to the budget, but it's primarily driven by that loss in revenue, which council doesn't have control over.
Jessica,
Yes.
through you, Mr. Mayor. I know Eva's coming. She might be able to attend today. I know she's in. We have a library board meeting at 6, but if we ever got to it today. But I just want to comment on the library. There's basically two things that are driving that increase, and two things that council has to think on. One is that we introduced consistent hours last year, and it's been very popular we're not changing hours every day. So we increased the hours, was one cost. And the second thing was we had a $67,000 grant from the provincial government to do all the programming in Ardbeg, which was tremendously successful. It reached out to a portion of our community that we haven't reached out to before. And they're suggesting that we not replicate that whole 67,000, but that we do a portion of it. So basically, when we get to the library, and we don't need to discuss it in great detail now, those are the two basic decisions you're going to have to make. Do you want to go back to staggered hours and reduce what we had? And secondly, sorry about that. And secondly, do we want to cut out the programming in Ardbeg? So that's the decision council has. I'm obviously the council rep, and I'm supportive of this, and for many reasons. But anyway, that's basically the library. So I just wanted to put a heads up to people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lamb. I can certainly reach out to Eva as well and see if she can be on standby for this afternoon in case we do get through everything sooner than expected. Okay, so next is council. So council's budget is going up by $13,000.21 or 4.85%. That is primarily driven from an increase to the road grant program. Councillor Nash is right that it is listed under council, and the intention behind that was because it is a council program that council is quite proud of. So we can certainly move it to another area, but that increase is based on the increased eligibility requirements that council approved in 2025. So you did approve some additional additional roads that were eligible for that funding, and you increased the inclusion of vacant lots in the formula. So what we did is looked at what roads were successfully obtained funding in 2025, and then we also increased the X and Y factor by 3%. So that increase accommodates all of those changes. But I'm happy to move that to another area if that's what council wishes.
I think
The
through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it should be moved, and I think it before it was in administration. So whether it's in administration or roads, right? It's one of those two departments, certainly not a tag on to council. So I'm agreeing with Councillor Nash, I think, on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment, Councillor Lim. I can certainly get that moved for the final budget presentation. So recreation does have quite a substantial increase of $10,270 or 33.92%. That is driven from an increased request in programming expenses from the Recreation Committee. So when we get to their section, they did outline a little bit where their cost estimates are coming from. Environmental initiatives has gone up by 10,000 or 43.48%, and that is based on an increased request from the Environmental Stewardship Committee of $10,000. So the 2025 budget was 10,000. They've requested an increase to 20,000, and they have also outlined where their expense estimates are being driven from. So we'll go through that when we get to that section. Now for building services, you'll notice that the request is zero. What that means is building services should have a balanced budget. It should not be funded from the levy, and any excess revenue should not be applied towards the levy to offset any increase. That is the intention of that building reserve that we talked about in the last council meeting. So basically what we've done here is budgeted a transfer from that building reserve to make sure that our revenues equal our expenses. That will probably make more sense when we get to that section and I can walk through that. But going forward, this would always show a zero levy impact, and that's intentional. Fire and Rescue Services has a very small increase of 1.99% or $5,274. We've basically scrubbed through that budget and looked at historical actuals and aligned the budget more where our spending is anticipated to be. Facilities also has a very small increase of 2.47% or $4,884, and that's the same thing. We scrubbed through that budget and just budgeted closer to where our historical actuals have been and where we anticipate things to be in 2026. Now for capital, this is that baseline capital funding amount that we've talked about. So your projects that need to be funded from the levy, the 90,500 is the levy funded projects less that transfer from the funding stabilization reserve. So that transfer from the reserve was meant to keep that baseline funding at the same amount, because what can happen is in 2027, you can remove that transfer from this funding stabilization reserve and still maintain funding capital initiatives with $90,500. So that's a very small increase over the 2025 budget. The thrift shop budget has only gone up slightly based on some minor increase in operating costs of $225 or 2.82%. Water services is our water testing and water monitoring, and we're not proposing any increases in that area. In addition, the bylaws in the same position, no increases proposed there based on where we expect spending to be in 2026. Debt has gone down slightly. That's just based on our actual payment schedules. So, and then some rounding adjustments. So that's just a very small change. Planning, based on increased planning revenue, we're expecting a surplus in that area, and it's quite an increase over 2025. So basically, the surplus in 2025 was 3,800. We're now anticipating that to be 11,500 based on that increased revenue.
Jessica, through the chair, can I ask a really quick question on that? I know we'll get to it in more detail when we get to that topic, but how do we have a surplus in planning when I thought that any fees that an applicant incurred were simply passed on? And where would we be making money from it or is it better to address that when we get to that line item?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Nash. That's a good question. I think essentially is that the planning fees incorporate some expenses that don't really sit under planning, but do drive the cost of delivering planning services. So basically, some of the costs in administration go towards planning, and they just haven't been allocated. We can work on correcting those allocations in future years to make that make a bit more sense and to have it similar to building services where it's a net zero impact, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, are you saying, Jessica, the planning, I guess we'll get into it, but the planning revenue is going to go up this year to 11,000 or?
Yes, through your worship, yes, planning revenue, it will be going up. I believe it was the Shore Road allowance revenue that we expected to be an increase over what was budgeted in 2025.
That's surprising because I know at the planning board, and I suspect we are probably experiencing the same thing. Applications and things are down. I think tariffs and a bunch of other things have to do with it, but I'm just surprised that we expect our revenue to go up. But anyway, I guess we can get into that when we get into planning. So thank you. And the second thing is, where is the levy for the planning board? Is it in that line item or somewhere else?
I believe that is in the external levies.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. And yes, if you want to adjust what we've budgeted for planning revenue, we can certainly do that. I think what we tried to do there was look at an average.
Well, I guess a lot of that would have to do with Paula and how many applications she has, for instance, through the first 2 or 3 months and compared to last year and that sort of thing. But anyway, thank you.
Yeah, we'll review that when we get to the planning cost center. So cemeteries is quite a decrease of about 9,600 or 66.48%. There's two things driving that change. First is that we are going to be completing grass cutting in-house using our students this summer. So what's happened is we've reduced the contracted services budget for grass cutting for all the cemeteries. And then in the public works budget, we've added a bit of a contingency for some additional mower expenses to accommodate completing that in-house. The other change driving this is for transparency in regards to cemetery revenue. So what happened in the past wasn't fully transparent, but basically there is some revenue that the municipality was applying towards operations. It just wasn't recorded in a very transparent way. It was offset within the expense accounts based on a reconciliation that was completed at year end. So what we've done this year is budgeted 4,000 in cemetery revenue openly and transparently. When we get to that area, you'll see that the budget does align with where our actuals were over the last few years. Then our taxation revenue is going up. That's just based on assessment growth and some other changes to estimates for things like supplementary taxes and tax certificates as well. Then our general revenue, this is revenue that can't really be attributed to one specific area. So the Ontario Municipal Partnership funding is a large majority of this general revenue, and that's gone up by over 200,000. So that was a big help for our budget. That was a big increase in our annual funding allocation and helped keep this bottom line levy increase at a reasonable amount.
Jessica?
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe I missed it. I'll ask it while I'm here. Maybe we'll get into it when we get into roads. But in your notes on page 8, when it comes to roads, you're talking about the reduction is offset by a corresponding reduction of 120,000 in gravel expenditures. Are we reducing our gravel by? We can't be reducing it by 120,000. What's that mean?
Yes, so basically we were budgeting 220,000 in gravel expenses because we received that Nords grant for 120,000. So the net cost to the municipality was 100,000. So what we proposed to negate that loss of revenue was to reduce the gravel budget from 220,000 to $100,000. And essentially the public works manager has indicated we could go from doing gravel resurfacing on 3 roads to 1 road. That's not necessarily a permanent change, but just a temporary measure to mitigate this loss in the Nords grant for 2026. We are working with Nords on potential other funding that may be coming up for gravel. So that was just an intentional one-time change just to limit the impact to the bottom line.
Huh. So again, I guess we'll get into it when we get into roads, but I'd want to know which roads were dropped and which one we're going to do of the 3.
Okay, yeah, I'll ask the public works manager to maybe prepare that, so he has that ready when we get there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so next in the package was just a comparison of our expenses and our revenues, and you can see that it is balanced. I do have some updated numbers just based on that increase in assessment growth. So I've updated the numbers in this spreadsheet, and it's basically just taxation revenue that has changed. Those numbers also drove the charts for the pie charts that were requested by Councillor Nash, that just display visually where our expenditures are driven from. So basically by the different cost centers as well as capital and external levies. And then we did the same thing for revenues. So for your expenditures, you can see that capital accounts for 19.6% of what you're spending. Your external levies accounts for 15.46%, and the roads department accounts for 16.25%, and administration is 14.67%. So those 4 areas are really the main large areas of the budget, and then everything else is pretty modest. Then on the revenue side, you'll see that your taxation revenue accounts for 52.74% of your total revenue. Following that is our operating grant. So that's that Ontario Municipal Partnership funding that is a majority of this part of the pie. Followed by that is our sales revenue at 10.35%, and then all our other revenue types are a little bit more modest compared to everything else. Then following that, I had included a tax impact analysis. I did have that up prior, but we'll just go through that again because I've updated it based on that increased assessment growth number. So basically this assessment growth plus our prior year levy, that revenue is what we would get if we did not change the tax rate at all over what we approved in 2025. We then calculate what would a 1% increase be, so 1% of that number. So that's $38,664. The initial proposed increase without the funding from the Funding Stabilization Reserve was $220,869 or 5.71%. So basically, if you didn't want to use that funding from that reserve, we could just delete it here, and you'd see that the increase would be 5.38%. Staff are still recommending that transfer from the building reserve does get budgeted to keep the building services at a net zero impact. So basically, our expenses for building services are expected to be a bit higher than our revenues this year. So we've included this transfer to get it down to a zero net levy impact. So as it stands right now, without any changes, we're looking at a 2.79% increase, which is a little bit lower than what was included in the budget package that you received. So apologies for that change, but it is important to get this assessment growth number correct. And it was initially based on some preliminary numbers from Opta that we used for the pre-budget discussion in December. So we just wanted to get that corrected for transparency and accuracy. So bottom,
Jessica, through you,
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, are you able to just increase the size of your numbers a little bit, or I'm having a little difficulty?
yeah, is that better?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay, so in simpler terms, where we're sitting at right now for an average assessed home of 168,000, it would be a $27.57 increase to their annual tax bill. The education tax rate is not increased for 2026, so that portion of the tax bill remains the same, and the municipal portion of the levy would go from $986 to $1,014.
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, Jessica, are we still working at the 215 or 216 assessment, or is the province kicking in the 221 this year?
We are still basing it on 2016 assessment values. So they haven't given us any update on any changes, but I know that they were doing a full review of the system as a whole, but they haven't announced anything yet. So it is still based on 2016 assessment values. And for any new assessment, it's they base that assessment on what it would have been in 2016.
Yeah, that's really outdated. But anyway, thank you.
You're welcome. And what I've also built into the spreadsheet is we will well, I have this running total of changes. So as council proposes changes, we'll note it here, and then that number will go forward to this table, and then you'll be able to see what the revised adjusted increase as a percentage is and as a dollar value.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, Jessica, on the page you have up now, the tax impact, I know you have 3% noted there, but that's where you're saying that 3 really becomes 2.79, correct?
Yes, correct, because of that change in the assessment growth
Yeah.
revenue.
And I know we'll get to it, but Councillor Lamb brought up a great question, which I had highlighted. The gravel. Again, what we've done right now is gone from 220 down to 100,000 for the gravel maintenance currently that's situated in this budget, right?
Yes, correct.
And we're in this budget would be given more money to the road grant than our own roads, correct? In this budget.
Yes, correct. The increase in the road grant budget is based on the increased eligibility requirements that were added in 2025 and based on a 3% increase to the X and Y factors.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's 100, I'm rounding, I think it's about $120,000 that we're giving to people for their private roads, and what we're proposing here is to only put 100,000 into our gravel roads, right?
113,000 for the road grant program, and
Yeah.
yes, 100,000 approximately for gravel resurfacing, but we can adjust that number if that's what council wishes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so next we'll walk through the capital budget. So this capital cost center just includes everything at a high level. Two things that I wanted to highlight were the OSIF and CCBF funding so that there's not confusion. What we've done here is budgeted what we're expected to receive and then budgeted a transfer of that into the deferred revenue account. And the intention behind that is to show council what we're actually receiving in 2026 within this area. It is also included in the reserve and deferred revenue schedule that you've been provided with, but just for transparency here as well, we wanted to include that. Then you'll
A
see
little
that,
bigger, please. A little bigger. Can you make it bigger?
sure,
Thank
is
you.
that better?
Yeah.
And then there's two accounts for what revenue we're going to use from that deferred funding. So from OSIF, we're proposing to use $262,500. And from CCBF, we're proposing to use $130,000. So that just explains those four numbers, or sorry, six numbers. These accounts and these two accounts for OSIF and CCBF. So apologies if that's confusing, but it was just done to try to be a bit more transparent. Then you'll see that we have transfers from our different reserves. The reason that these all look like they're new is because they were bundled up in one number against this account transfer between funds. But to make things a little bit more transparent, we've separated that into accounts for each reserve. So the first one is transfer from the asset management reserve. That is based on the getting us closer to that capital funding target in the asset management plan. We have a transfer from the Parkland Reserve for capital projects of $36,500, a transfer from the Fire Equipment Reserve for one fire project for $2,200, and then the transfer from the Funding Stabilization Reserve of $100,000.
And through you,
go ahead, Councillor Nash.
through you, Mr. Chair. The Parkland Reserve capital, 36,000. I think it's that, and it's about 20,000 in our capital. Where's the remaining money that we're obligated to either spend or allocate at the budget time of each year? Like, we need to be spending about 100,000 out of our reserves, or at least allocating it. What section is that in? Because I don't see it covered anywhere.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Nash. That doesn't really impact the levy. So what we were planning to do was handle that through a separate staff report, because what's really needed is a plan on those parkland funds and what council wishes to do with them. We are required to allocate 60% of that funding, as you've previously noted. That doesn't mean we have to spend that within the current year, but we have to outline a plan. We can do that through a dedicated report. So what we've done is budgeted for the projects that we know we can use that funding for, and then we would like to get some direction for the remaining amount that needs to be allocated. So that will be handled in the near future through a separate report. In addition, I think you did note this prior, but there is a $20,000 contribution from that Parkland Reserve within the operating budget for the boat launches. So the total allocated funding so far is $56,500. So there is still about, I think it's going to be a little bit less than 40,000, but about 40,000 in funding that we have to allocate. But like I said, we'll handle that through a separate report.
And that report would be part of our budget operations, right? So we know what we're doing with that.
No, it will be presented at like a regular council meeting. It doesn't impact the bottom line tax levy, so it doesn't need to be addressed as part of this process. But we will do the report to meet that requirement to allocate 60% of that funding.
Okay, I would think it would be part of our budget if we're needing to either allocate it or spend it. It would be good for council to know if we're spending it or allocating it as part of the budget process, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Councillor Nash. And yes, we can certainly build in some projects, but we would need that direction from council on what projects they want included to allocate that remaining amount. Or what we could do is include a placeholder project. Okay, so on the next page is a detailed listing of all of the projects. I will maximize that a little bit, but I'll have to scroll back and forth. There is a lot of data on this table, so apologies for that. So for the projects that were deferred from 2025, there was just one change to the official plan zoning consultant project of an increase of 26,000 to the project total. That one is funded from the tax levy. And then for our annual projects, for surface treatment, council had indicated they didn't want to proceed with resurfacing Shackle Road, so we've removed that. We have updated pricing for Balsam Road, Canning Road, and Whitestone Road, so those project budgets have gone up a little bit. Then we also added projects for gravel to hardtop for Maple Island and Alt Road. And then the budget to do maintenance and quarter chip seal on Farley's Road has increased just based on the increased scope of that project.
So we're going to, Jessica, eventually if we want any changes in this sheet, we'll talk about that, but that's more after we go through operating. Is that correct?
We could talk about it now. I think that would be more appropriate, or
oh, okay.
Yeah, and basically only the levy funded projects are going to impact your bottom line. But any changes to reserve funded projects or the grant funded projects would impact that reserve schedule, the reserve and the deferred revenue schedule. So I think it would,
I have one then.
okay.
And Mike can maybe explain it. I know we said Maple Island, and I know we got rid of whatever we had, tar and chip or whatever, and grinded it all up, and I think it's from the thrift shop basically down towards the bridge somewhere, or the Commons, and we get. I've never had a call, but I think other counselors have had. I think one particular individual who calls, about the dust. And I heard Mike say, I think at the last meeting that the dust control in the spring, that the vendor, whoever it was, didn't really do a good job, and you changed vendors, I think, in the summer, and that person did a much better job. So, spending, I guess I'm questioning whether that $105,000 on Maple Island could be, just handled with dust control and gravel and that sort of thing versus whatever we're doing with it. And I'm not sure exactly what we're doing with it. And then that could increase our reserves by 105,000. So I don't know what other people on council feel. I just feel that, we should look, I think, critically at that particular one since it's already pulverized or whatever. And so I don't know, Mike, do you have any comment on that or?
The worship. The thing I can say about that is the complaints that I haven't really, it was like you say, usually one person doing the most, but I have had a couple. And they keep bringing up that it was hard surface at one time. Now, yes, it was about midsummer. I did try that other material put down for dust control, and it was superior. And I would have no problem using that up there again. And the complaints did stop after that point. So really, if you'd rather leave it the way it is, I'm good with it too. Like, I don't have a problem with it.
But if we said, let's try another year with dust control and, go that way, I mean, it wouldn't cost us that 105,000 could go into reserves, correct? And then reassess it next year?
Correct.
And through you, Mr. Chair, I have a couple comments on that, if I might. I think Councillor Lamb brings up a good point, but I know it's an OCF grant, so if we don't spend the 105 at Maple Island, we kind of need to spend it somewhere else on the roads in order to keep that OCIF grant.
What about gravel?
Yeah, well, I concur with Councillor Lamb in the Maple Island, and I think when I look at what we're tar and chipping, I'll call it, or paving, which I think is a far superior way to do it, going to the landfills, going to the municipal office, going up Farley's. The reason I'd say Farley's is because it's heavy traffic to the works yard. The Bunny Trail and Balsam Road, both of which connect our municipality to another municipality. Those are the primary roads I see that there's a good fit for tar and chip. And we all as council know through what the works department's told us over the years is tar and chip is much more expensive to maintain than just gravel. So I'd agree that I think, I think people on Maple Island would need to know that we're going to try and do a better job on dust control, but it's not something that's going to get tar and chipped. Similarly, for Shakel Road, I know we took it out right here, but I believe it's not doing justice to the ratepayers there if we take it out and they think that next year they're going to get tar and chip. I think it's easiest just to say, Shaker Road, we're removing it, and you're not going to have tar and chip. And Maple Island, we're not going to be tar and chipping it, but we're going to do a better job with their dust control. And I could see that money, that 105,000, as, from what I understand, for the hard top on Alds, I'd propose increasing our budget there, and instead of doing a hard top like a tar and chip, is could we get that paved? And I'll ask the work manager when I'm done, if we pave instead of tar and chip lasting 12 years or so, plus every 5 years, having to spend money on a slurry seal, if we pave it, I know down further south, it's about a 30-year lifespan. I believe up here you might get about 20, 22 years. Would paving Alds Road from a works appointment or from a works department standpoint be better for a maintenance standpoint long term, Mike?
Your worship, yes. Asphalt itself is easier to maintain, and you do get a longer life out of it. The only downside is it's a lot more expensive.
Yeah.
But yes, it would hold up better under heavier traffic, and it's just a matter of the cost on that one.
How much more, Mike?
So for Alds to use asphalt, you're looking at 455,000.
Did you
Tar
say
and chip
400?
is
455,000
correct.
instead
All
of
right.
35?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
That's with asphalt. That's
So it's over 10, it's 15 times the cost?
it's expensive.
Well,
Oh,
I guess
okay.
I guess
We don't
that
have
answers-
$455,000.
I guess that answers my idea. But maybe you can come back, Mike, with where might you suggest that 105,000 being spent
Yeah.
if we didn't do Maple Island? Like I know in the past you talked about doing some work at McDonald Lane. Could we do tar and chip there instead of paving with that 105,000 or just a portion of it?
Oh, I would suspect so, yes.
I
Right?
thought you were against tar and chip, Scott.
Well, I'm against it in the sense of I think asphalt's a far superior, but at the same time, if it's going to cost 10 times as much, I would probably say unless we can find a grant to do full-on paving, like what we did at Church Street, like that's all full pavement. We found a way to pay for that. That maybe tar and chip in the near future would be a better option, just from a budget standpoint.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Jessica, could we use that 105,000 and buy more gravel and apply the OSIF grant?
You're muted, Jessica.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for your question, Councillor Lamb. Would just like to confirm that if I can get you an update later on in the meeting.
Yeah, because we're reducing our gravel by 120,000. And if we increased it back up, you could do, I don't know what the three roads were. You said we're dropping one, or we're dropping two and keeping one. Which two are we dropping and which one are we keeping in terms of doing the gravel, Mike?
Your worship. We didn't drop anything. We would do more. But right now, like my whole plan, unless I'm wrong on my numbers, I'm still trying to find historic here in the office. But Balsam Road, Lorimer Lake could use a good coat on both of them. So it's not like we're going to be down to one road. It's just a matter of how much we spread. Instead of say 6 inches, we make it work better in the spots that need it over the spots that we can get away with just grading it up again.
But
Like
that's a way, sorry.
No,
If
go
we
ahead.
could use our OSIP grant, that's a way to apply gravel to a lot of roads, right?
Correct. Like right now, I still have 3 that I can do, 2 that I would really like to do just because they're kind of our through roads and we keep them up to par for the traffic. But I still have a little bit of money left if I do another one. Like it's not like we're dropping 3 roads or 2 roads and just doing one this year. It's just a matter of
It just concerns me that we're dropping $120,000 worth of gravel when most of our roads are gravel and people, and by the way, your crew does a great job, but most people, look at their gravel and what they get, and they're happy with it and whatever. If we reduce it by 120,000, I don't know whether that's the correct thing, particularly if we could, in my opinion anyway, if we could take the 105,000, just apply it to gravel, sort of offsets what we're reducing, right?
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Chair. I concur with what Councillor Lamb said there, that I think dropping from 220 down to, I'm rounding 100,000 in gravel for the last 3 years, since this term of council, we've really pushed to try and get that gravel number up. And I understand we're doing it from a budget standpoint, but that comes back to my point where we're looking at a 2.3% when you include the school board tax increase. Well, if we went to a 4%, we'd still have $100,000 or 75,000 to pay for our gravel. We're kind of stealing from Peter to pay Paul in a way by doing a lower tax increase. And I think OSIF is only if we're doing improvements on the road, not for maintenance. But I would like to see us do something with that 105. Again, I'll point towards the helipad and the Ardbeg Fire Hall and McDonald Lane that I all think are very important to have surface treated, which we took out of the last budget because of funding. And if we're finding a project to remove Maple Island, that might be a spot we could put it. Thank you.
Jessica has her, excuse me, Jessica has her hand up, I think.
Thank you. Through your worship, I just wanted to address Councillor Lamb's question about using OSIF funding for gravel resurfacing. And yes, that is an eligible use of those funds. But in that event, we would need to identify the specific projects that we plan to do and what the amount is. I think what would make this easier is if we move gravel resurfacing from operating to capital, so that council understands exactly how those projects are being funded.
Makes sense to me.
Mike,
Okay,
did
so
you have something else you wanted to say?
I'll work with the public works manager to come up with what those projects would be, but I guess I would just like council to confirm that the intent is to remove the Maple Island project and to redirect that OSIF funding towards gravel resurfacing.
Well, I guess what I'm saying through you, Mr. Mayor, is we take it out for this year anyway. I hear what Councillor Nash is saying. You don't say, well, next year we might do it, but there'll be, potentially there will be a brand new council next year, and they can deal with what they want to do. But I think if we try and take the 105 out and apply it to gravel this year, we're far better to do that in terms of the overall taxpayer than just applying it to Maple Island. So I would take it out, but I'm not. I guess we could judge it next year and see what's happening. But so I vote for it to come out and it be applied to our gravel account. But I don't know how others feel.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I feel putting the gravel maintenance under capital is a great idea, Jessica. So it can better be listed. I am for that, and I believe we do have a working spreadsheet somewhere that shows what roads were going to be graveled over the next 8 years from a couple years ago, and I'm sure the works manager is working on an updated list since he's been here this past year. So it'd be nice if we had that for the next time this comes back to get a longer term plan on be it the graveling or resurfacing. Thank you. But I'd be in favor of it going under capital.
Did you have your hand up, Mike?
Yes, through you, your worship. All I wanted to do is a little clarification on a comment that Councillor Lamb said. For me, my opinion is gravel is the easiest way to maintain a road because we can grade all the potholes out quickly, make it all nice again. Tar and chip, if it's prepared properly at the start, we can get some good lifetime out of it. And I have no problem with tar and chip either. It just has to be prepared right before they spray it. And yes, asphalt is probably the best way to go. It's just, to me, it's the most costly. But I can deal with anything, and I don't mind tar and chip. So just I hope you don't think that I'm trying to avoid tar and chip at all, but so you know.
Yeah, I understand. So are we in consensus to move the 105 into gravel? I don't know what the mayor and the other two councilors feel.
I'm okay with that. That's Councillor Bray.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, go ahead.
we're going to take the surface treatment off of Maple Island and then use that money towards our gravel budget because we're reducing our gravel number. And we're going to move it into capital,
Correct.
right? But we're still, Mike, you're still going to have to end up spending some money on that road, right? Or that fall under maintenance because the surface treatment is going to cost 105, but spraying it with calcium multiple times or whatever product it is that you guys are using for the dust control, that's going to come with a price tag as well, no?
Your worship, yes, there will be a price like every spring. Apparently, you put a tender out for calcium. That will be split between all the roads, and then yes, you'll have to apply it to Maple Island. I would suspect once if the better product is what we go with. So.
Okay.
But that's covered under your operating budget, right?
Correct, I believe.
And
Yeah.
through you, Mr. Chair, Mike, would you suggest we move all of the gravel to capital? Like I understand, let's say we're gonna do, let's just say it's Shackle Road and gravel this year. That's an improvement. But we also would still need some under operating just as pure maintenance gravel, right? For a washout or something. So would you suggest we move the entire gravel number or only some of the gravel over to capital so you still have some for your ongoing potholes and washout and little repairs here and there?
Through you, your worship. I believe we could schedule the gravel resurfacing just like a project and have, say, 3 roads or whatever roads you wanted to do per year and have that under capital would be my suggestion. I could be wrong. Jessica may have another idea, and then yes, we do need to have gravel in a operational account just for maintenance and anything that pops up.
And I heard Jessica say you have to identify those 3 roads, as Mike is saying. So
Yeah, so if I could just add a couple comments. Yes, if we want to use the OSIF funding, we have to identify the projects. But Mike is right, we do still need a small portion in the operating budget for those small repairs and maintenance. Those wouldn't be considered capital, so that portion would remain in the operating budget and would be funded from the levy, not from OSIF. So Mike and I can talk about what projects could be completed in 2026, and we'll come back with an update at the Wednesday meeting. But I just wanted to also note that moving that OSIF funding, like diverting it from the Maple Island project to gravel resurfacing, doesn't have any impact to the bottom line levy increase.
Well, I guess I mean that's first of all, I was going to say what Jessica just said. There has to be some money. I mean, there's a hierarchy of different kinds of road maintenance that comes out of this whole discussion that we're having. You can take a gravel road that has a good layer of gravel and isn't getting all torn up or whatever, and you can grade it out but at periodic intervals, you're going to have to apply some more gravel to it probably, and that's routine maintenance. But I think what you're talking about doing is identifying roads that need a major amount of work, and you can see, like we have we have the worst problem, of course, that we have is roads that don't drain properly. And there's the cheapest way to surface such a road is gravel, and the next cheapest is tar and chip. But if the road doesn't drain properly, then the tar and chip surface is going to break up, and then you have, there's a little more work to get it. You can't just grade it. There's a little more work you got to use to get it back into the situation where you can apply a surface. So depending on the quality of the base of the road, it's the worse the base of the road, the more wasteful it is to try to A, tar and chip it, or B, pave it. And you can see this if you want. Take a look at Highway 520. Never mind. No, it's not our road, of course, but from Maple Island to Ardbeg, and see what has happened to it. Okay, it was paved, but it's because the road does not drain properly. It's all full of potholes now. So that's that, and paving's expensive. So it's probably foolish for the government of Ontario to keep repaving it if they're not going to fix the substrate. So anyway, that's just and we had a presentation, as I keep reminding people, that we had a presentation on this at DPSMA in Calendar. So it's I think anyway. Bottom line, I share the concern about sort of shortchanging the amount of gravel, because gravel is the best tool we have, and I think what we should do is we should identify projects where we want to do a major lift of the road. We want to put 3-4 inches of gravel on it, and fix it up. And there may be some culverts that have to be replaced, or there may be some ditching that has to be done, or something. I don't know. Whatever it is, we figure out where the bad spots are. But those can be capital projects, and the rest of it should be there as needed for washouts and so on. So I don't know. That's my view of it.
And
Seems to me that we've decided on the 105, so maybe we can move on to something else.
Yeah.
If I might, I do have one more comment here through you, Mr. Chair. I think you've made some great points, Mr. Mayor, in that how important the base and drainage is for any road, which is something I've spoken to, and yourself and many others in the past. We can always go and put tar and chip on something or throw a bit of gravel on top, but if we don't have the proper crowning on the road, if we don't have culverts in the right places, if we don't do proper ditching, the road just falls apart. And unfortunately, you made a great example about some of the 520. The same problems are on the bunny trail. You drive down it, you could circle all the big boulders that are coming up because the base isn't right, or where the road's cracking away. And another perfect example, unfortunately, would be Balsam and Canning Road, that we're having to tar and chip earlier than what is recommended in the AMP study, which is because the base isn't right there. So bases are so important, and I'd like to see what the works manager comes back with for some of the roads that he might recommend. Thanks.
Okay, can we move on to another? What else have we got here that we want to talk about?
Thank you. Yes, I'll continue on with the changes to the new projects that were budgeted for 2026. So firstly, the garage backup power, that generator, we've reduced the estimate down to 65,000. We did get updated quotes, and that is what the cost would be. We have removed the AODA door openers from the Dundome. It was something council had asked us to look into, but Mike did confirm that we do have adequacy there. We've added door openers for the library per council's direction. And then the door replacements for the community center, I've just separated that into a separate project. So we have the AODA door openers adjusted up here because that project was planned in 2025. So it's in under the deferral section, but we've reduced the estimate down from 20,000 to 6,500. That project's now solely for the door openers, and then the door replacements have been moved down here for 20,000. The traffic calming radar signs, council asked us to increase it to 3 radar signs. So we've accounted for that, and they are all mobile and can be moved around the municipality. The paving of the helipad in McDonald Drive, we have removed that project from 2026, and we're recommending that we defer it to 2027 or a future year. Staff would like to investigate funding options and funding opportunities. I know that I believe Bob has spoken to Orange, and they've indicated that they would be willing to contribute something towards that project. So we just want to do our due diligence and do some more investigating on the funding side before we move forward. And then the tanker repairs, that was maintenance, so that's been moved to operating rather than staying in capital being funded from the fire equipment reserve. So that is all of the changes that have been made based on or from what was presented in January. And then at the bottom, you'll see that there's a funding summary. So how funding has changed from what was proposed to what's included in this version. So levy funding has gone down from 314,000 to 190,500. That's primarily from the removal of the paving of the helipad in McDonald Drive. Funding from the asset management reserve has gone down slightly because we've increased the funding we're using from OSIF and CCBF, which you'll see on these 2 lines. The parkland dedication reserve did go down slightly based on some changes to the projects. And the fire equipment reserve, as I also already noted, that maintenance on the tanker has been removed. So the requirement from that reserve is only 2,200 for this year. So I don't know if there's any other projects council wishes to discuss or make changes to, but please speak.
If I could, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. It's one of the items I brought up earlier, Jessica, and I believe the majority of council had commented on it the last meeting, but I would request that we have discussion to see if we can put in here the Zamboni or the Zamboni attachment for the back of a tractor that would go under the Public Works Department. Both the Zamboni, and you probably have a 40 or a 50-ton tractor that would go with it. And without impacting our budget, I'm going to say, we could pull that money from the parkland reserve that we need, that we could use for the funding for it. So I'm not sure what others think of that. I know when some people in the community heard about it, I'm getting very positive feedback from people on that as an initiative. So I would like, hopefully, to see it get into this budget so that for next year, the skating rink can be in a much better condition than we're having now. Like to hear others' comments on that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I've heard the same thing, and I guess the ice, the way we're doing it, sometimes has ruts and stuff in it. And I heard actually people were here last night for the Super Bowl, and they were saying how when they go, they kind of get snow and put them in the cracks and things like that. So I think the idea of some sort of Zamboni, but I looked up, and I'm no Zamboni expert, but there are smaller units that you can pull behind a lawn tractor or a lawnmower. So you could get a Club Cadet or something like that. And I don't think you necessarily need a big tractor. one of the issues that needs to happen is you need to have some sort of storage area, I would think. And
Yeah.
I don't know whether we could find if we just got
Yeah.
a lawnmower with a little attachment, whether we couldn't find a spot, say in the fire department somewhere to store it. And I think in terms of the whole community and the visibility that this is probably as important as visually as anything in the community. So I'm all for doing something, but I don't know that we have to go out and spend 100 grand or 80 grand for tractors, and there are other solutions. And then someone also said last night that, and I don't know whether it's true or not, that Magnetawan has some sort of Zamboni type of situation, and if they do, I guess we should look at what they have. So, but I am all for some form of Zamboni. So, thank you.
I was going to say that at the last meeting, at the meeting when this came up previously, I think our public works manager was not part of the discussion, and I guess what I'd like to ask him is, before we get too far down the road here, what does he know about the solutions that are available, and do those solutions in fact work on a sheet that is not refrigerated? Okay, because keep in mind what a Zamboni does is it has I won't say heated, but warmish water inside it, which is being deposited in a very thin layer. But underneath that concrete that it's on is refrigeration, just keeping it frozen. And I don't know, I don't know how it works when a Zamboni is depositing on just concrete that's sitting on the ground. There's no refrigeration under it. So what do we know about what works and what doesn't, and what we need, and where, if we were going to get some piece of equipment, where would we keep it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I might be able to answer.
I was hoping that Mike would answer.
Sure. I can speak after he does. No.
Yeah.
Zamboni will work in our situation as long as our ice is thick enough. Like if we only have a small layer, we are applying the warm water to it, which is, so it freezes quicker than cold water. Scientifically, I can't understand it, but it does. As long as we get it flooded and frozen, then a Zamboni will maintain it. Now, I have feelers out. I've sent emails out and phone calls to Olympia and Zamboni just to make sure that what I'm saying is correct. And they do have used equipment. Both companies do, that you can purchase. I'm not against the tow behind. It's just we're going to have a tractor, like you say. And that tractor is really going to have to be dedicated because it can't be too big. We're limited with height restriction going in and out of the door. And in order to, if we were to keep it, I'm just saying, if we were to keep it at the fire hall, to get it into the arena, we'd have to clean the tires off before it enters the ice area.
Mm-hmm.
In a perfect world, we'd have a shed at the far end of the arena that's heated to keep it stored in, and that it could just go in and out without having to worry about what's on the wheels going across the sanded parking lot. There are added costs for us just because we don't have that situation. And I was kind of thinking if we were to build a shed at the end, looking into the future, we're going to have water issues we're going to have to update our water system. So if we're going to build a building mainly just to house the Zamboni in type deal, should we not think about further down the road and having to have somewhere to house like a water system plant for everything that we treat down there now? I don't know, but I say we just see what the prices are, figure out what we can do, and knowing we do have to have a heated storage for the building. And I don't know, with a tractor and a Zamboni, you're going to take up a little bit of space, like having a self-propelled Zamboni. And is there room in the fire hall for that?
Boy, that's through you, Mr. Mayor. That's a long way from a lawnmower. If you Google Zambonis and systems like that, there are all kinds of them that are towed behind basically a lawnmower. So make sure you look into that too. And my other comment is, it seems to me that the Recreation Committee has had this $10,000 for some project, at least the last year, maybe 2 years, and are putting it in again this year. And I'm not suggesting we take it out, but is this a project that perhaps could qualify for using that $10,000? Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Chair, what I was going to say just before Mike spoke there is, I believe Nigel pulled up at the last council meeting the Zamboni 200 model, which is a pull behind, as we're all aware. I think it weighs about 1,000 pounds and works for a rink of this size. But you do need a 3-point hitch, and you would need a tractor. But I would hope that tractor could be used in the summer for possibly doing the cemetery cutting, or the baseball field cutting, or the cutting at the municipal office, that kind of stuff. So hopefully Mike can look into it, and get back to us. But again, hopefully we would have the money in the parkland reserves. And I think Jessica was doing the calculation. Looks like about 96,000 has to be spent, but we do have 160,000 in the reserves. So, we could spend over 60%, but 60% was the minimum. The only concern I'd have about a full size one would be getting a used one that's full size for whatever it is, 30, 40, or 50K, or whatever it might be. May have a lot of issues down the road for maintenance versus a newer, smaller one. Calendar, I think I sent it to council. Calendar, or the CAO, Calendar just purchased, Mike, which you might not know about, purchased a new Zamboni 200 and a tractor, and it was written up in the local paper. So they might be somebody, if you're looking to talk to any municipalities that have recently done a smaller 3-point hitch tow behind one. They just got it for this past year. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. Jessica had I see you had your hand up first for a while. Did you want to?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to comment on the parkland funding. We can use that funding for the Zamboni because it's dedicated 100% to recreation initiatives. However, the idea to use the tractor for other areas such as cemetery or grass cutting other general areas of the municipality, that would negate being able to use parkland funding for the tractor portion, because the asset has to be dedicated to parkland or recreation.
Yeah, and Jessica, one question on that. Boat launches are considered recreational. Wouldn't the baseball diamonds be considered recreational along with the municipal, the Dunchurch lands? So as long as we're using it for those spots, we still could do it, right?
Yes, but not like the cemetery would not be.
Cemetery is not considered recreation, it sounds like.
Yes, correct.
Okay,
yeah,
so
you just have to
Councillor
be.
Woods was trying to speak, and then I think Councillor Bray at one point was going to say something too. So, Councillor Woods, did you?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just getting to the Zamboni and the tractor and the tow behind and whatnot. We're talking, when we're saying tow behind, it's not technically a tow behind like a trailer would be, though, right? It's something that's attached to the trailer through the 3-point hitch mechanism, right? And there's a Model 100 and a Model 200. Whatever size you would need for a rink this size is, I haven't really looked into that, to be honest with you. You'd need a 200. I see Mike holding his fingers up, so thanks for that, Mike. To me, it would be a perfect thing for the rink. Maybe I get I would say probably a more of the complaints, or hear more about the complaints, because of the kids using it all the time, right? They give me the play-by-play on how good the ice is and how bad it is, and some of the moms and dads in the neighborhood. Um, Everybody would really appreciate it if we did something better for the rink, and if Zamboni would do it, I think it would. A lot of people would. It would be a really good investment, I believe. As far as storage, I mean, I've said this. I can't even count how many times. A 20-foot sea can for about $4,000 or $5,000 with a heater in it is more than big enough to park something like that in. And you can move it. So we can move it around to whatever spot we want. And if it's not going to stay there permanently, we can move it somewhere else. They are something that we should have been using a heck of a lot more of over the years. And for some reason, we got rid of a bunch of them. Sea can storage, temporary storage, is the most economical, fastest way to provide storage solutions. They get used everywhere. We should be looking into that. If we're going to put a building up, you slap a sea can in, insulate it, spray foam it if you have to, and put a heater in it. You're done. Something that just parks at the end of the rink. Mike, I like your idea. Have you parked at the opposite end and it would slowly go in and out. And if we do get a tractor to do the Zamboni, which I really truly believe we would be spending money well on doing something like that for the community, but it could cut all of our parklands. We got the Maple Island Commons. Technically, the boat launches get cut. I don't know too many of them where we'd have to bring a grass cutting tractor out to them. Our parkland where the Dundome is, our baseball diamonds, there's multiple things we could use that for specifically, and then use our other grass cutting equipment that we have to do the cemeteries, because Mike is now saying that we're going to take the cemeteries on. So whatever way we get there, I think this is something we should be doing, is getting a Zamboni for the rink.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Bray.
Yeah, I think everything that I was going to say has already been said. So again, I was concerned about just making sure that we have the proper storage for whatever if we're going to purchase something like that, because it does have to be dedicated, especially in the wintertime. And I was just going over a few things, looking at some items on Google that you can get, and I think that there's probably some good prices out there. And I think it's just a matter of, I think staff could look at what's happened in other municipalities and see what we could do.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if you want to find out the complaints about the ice, when Eva comes before us, ask her, because I asked her last week and she said that's the main topic that she gets in the library during the wintertime is the ice surface. So, but anyway.
Yeah, and I've also, Mr. Mayor, heard from people about the ice surface this year.
Well, just to be clear, I'm not saying that this isn't an important thing and that we shouldn't look at doing it. I'm just trying to make sure that we, and I don't think we have to do it here in this meeting today, but I think we need to get our staff to think through what the entire solution looks like and cost it for us, and come back and say, and yes, that $10,000 that the rec committee had could be used for that.
That's good.
So, and there could be used for that, and the rec committee would support this. I hear the same complaints that you're talking about. It would be nice if we could make the ice better. No question about that. Mike?
For you, your worship, I just want to say right now, I am waiting for prices to put costs and stuff together. So we are moving forward with getting the info for you, with different routes, like we're going to call it tow behind just because, and different ways like we can make this happen, either rental for the months for the winter for the machine to pull it, or a self-propelled unit. I will have all those numbers hopefully soon. I'm still waiting on a few, but we can put it all together and have a look at it that way, and have all the different directions we can go with it. So
Good, let's move on.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just had one
Yeah.
question back in the annual projects. Are we taking out the gravel to hardtop on Alls Road? Or is it still in?
I think it's still in, Councillor Bray.
Okay,
And you know, we paved York Street, right? So I think it's a well-used area, and I think you know
just,
that's
just couldn't
worthy of
remember.
staying in.
there was some discussion, so I missed that. Thank you.
When you say hard top alls, is that's what? Tar and chip?
for you, your worship, in this case, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
But and just to be clear, the Maple Island, the gravel to hardtop Maple Island is coming out, correct? And we're gonna, as a project, but not the
Yes.
gravel. Is that,
And being diverted into gravel.
yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Yes, so
Alrighty.
through your worship, if I can just summarize the discussion and what changes have been proposed. We're removing the project for Maple Island and redirecting those OSIP funds to gravel resurfacing. We're going to identify the gravel resurfacing projects that we can complete in 2026 and move that from operating to capital. We're going to leave a small portion for gravel resurfacing in the operating budget to account for the smaller patching and maintenance that needs to be done. And we'll look at a potential Zamboni project. So at this point, we have to look at those changes as a whole, and then we'll come back on Wednesday with any impacts to the tax levy. But they should likely be minimal, depending on what direction we take with the Zamboni.
And if I could, through you, Mr. Chair, there's
Go ahead.
one other item, well, I guess two other items actually, that I'd spoken to before, and one of them I don't think is very large at all, and I think we might already have it covered off here. It's to do with the AODA. And at the last meeting, it suggested that some people go down to the men's washroom down by the Dundome and go to the men's stall and just see what we're missing there. I know we have a door opener, but I think the stall just needs to be readjusted in a more AODA approved, taller and elongated toilet. Would that be something under capital, or maybe the works manager could speak to it? Is that something that you probably already have encompassed under some of the other AODA items in the budget?
Your worship, yeah, it was in more of the operational on that one, just getting a better toilet and move the stall over, take up some more room towards the urinal. Not a big investment for us on our part. So
Perfect. So that answers that one. And then the last one is about we talk about, energy efficiency and things like that. And I know it's been talked about for a few years, and it was talked about in the Steinhoff report and our AMP studies. And it's the fire hall. We have a new furnace in there. They put a new door in last year, but we still have very outdated windows, an outdated toilet, and I believe it's a sink. So I would like to see what other council members thought, but I believe there was about a $10,000 price tag on those items. But now that we have the new furnace, now that we have a new door, let's finish off the fire hall and get it more energy efficient by doing the windows and the toilet and a few things like that. And if that's a new item under capital, which I'd be in favor for, or if it's using the $10,000 green initiative funding and using that towards that project, I'd be in support of, but I'd rather have a placeholder under the capital budget for that item. but I'd ask that maybe we could include something for that. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Jessica, were you gonna, sorry, Jessica was gonna respond, I think, were you, or?
I was
Yes,
just going to ask. I was just going to ask whether there's a reserve that 10,000 could come out of.
Yes, thank you for your questions, Councillor Nash and Councillor Lamb. Through your worship, I just wanted to note that the fire chief can speak to this more, but he indicated to me that he was applying for a grant to complete those upgrades at Station 2. So from my perspective, until we get that grant funding approved, there was no requirement to have a project for it here because it has no impact on the bottom line. What we would do is bring forward a budget amendment report at that time to get that project added, and it would be funded through the grant if we're successful in receiving it. So I think we need to wait until we find out whether we're successful in getting that funding.
Okay,
And if
so,
we're not, that's something we could include for 2027.
well, if the fire chief's on the call, what grant is it that he's applying for and has he applied? And if he hasn't applied and there is no grant, maybe we can include it on this instead of pushing it out yet another year.
Through you, your worship, I think the fire chief was called out. I did see an emergency vehicle drive by my window.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
he's on, he shows us being on the call, but he's probably not there anymore. Anyway, we can defer that question until later, I guess.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I had one. Are you done, Councillor Nash?
Yes, I'm done on that item.
Okay. So the twist property upgrades, I know there's a write-up in here. So we talked about filling in the wetlands or whatever they're called between the nurses station and the twist. Is part of this 10,000 for that, or is it just to liaise with the community and say, what do you want done with that twist property?
Through you, your worship, I know we talked about the liaison with the public last time around, and I think that turned into a much bigger discussion in terms of a full-time or full-scale kind of master plan conversation. So I really took that intent out of this $10,000. That's not what this 10,000 is for. It is for the linking of the property, if that's what we decide to do, and any other physical upgrades we would do.
Okay, well, I'm all for linking the property, if you will, right? So, and I think it was a good idea that we plowed the twist parking lot for if someone comes in with their snowmobile trailer and wants to leave it there for a day or a weekend attached to their trailer and go off on our snowmobile trails there. So I guess I'm okay with the $10,000. I think when it comes to the twist, and not to get into a big thing on it, but what we're doing with the twist would probably only be done, in my opinion, if we secured some sort of big grant, right? Because whatever you would build there or do with that would take lots and lots of money, right? And by the way, it looks so good now. Most people have commented to me that they like it because it looks like a park, right? They're more impressed with it, with the twist being down, than they were before it was taken down. So thank you.
And through you, Mr. Chair, just following up on the twist, that $10,000 is earmarked for that. Would that include any of the environmental reports that we'd need for filling in the water hole, wetland, bulrushes, ditch, whatever's there when we know that there's landing turtles that nest there? Would the $10,000 encompass any of the environmental screening that we'd have to do for that project?
Through you, your worship, if that was determined that we needed to do that, yes, that's what that funding would be intended for. Okay.
So we'd make sure to hire a environmental consultant before we did anything there to see if a more detailed report would be needed, correct?
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, Councillor Nash, sorry, through you, Mr. Ware, At this point in time, I don't think we have a, it's more of a placeholder budget. We haven't gone that far into the planning yet, but I would expect that that would be a first step, yes.
Okay, perfect. Um,
All right, thank you. Anything else on these?
So we're finished the capital part then.
sorry, I do have a couple more items for capital. They were briefly touched on at the capital meeting, but we never did any placeholders. I think staff maybe we're gonna look into something, but I'm not sure if we want to put a placeholder down. And it was expanding upon our current lake access points and looking at an additional access point out on Dubois Lake due to the logging that's recently been taking place down there and the access that it's created. I think we'd need to do some investigation into it. So I think we should probably have a placeholder of something for any costs that would be associated with looking into that as an additional launch point for the public access. And as per our official plan, we support expanding upon our access points when we can. I think this is a perfect opportunity. And I think we had good conversation on it at the last meeting, but I just don't see any item was added onto the budget for it. Thank you.
Could we use the parkland dedication for that?
Through you, your worship, I think the reason it's not in there is, it was a very new item. So I don't think we've done any due diligence in terms of what might be, what we might have in terms of costs on that project. So I would suggest that staff needs to do some investigation on it. And I don't think there's any real cost to that, but I think that work has to be done before we would be able to put any cost to a budget.
And through you, Mr. Chair, but if we're looking to possibly get something done this year, would it make sense to have a placeholder, Nigel, of some sort, be it 15 grand to get started or 20 grand or whatever it might be, as a placeholder to at least be able to maybe undertake some of the work this year if a permit can be had with the M&R?
Through you, your worship, it may make sense. I guess, like I said, we don't know enough about the project to know whether it was close enough or attainable to start work on it in 2026. So if council feels it is and wants to put in a placeholder, certainly that could be appropriate.
Again, Jessica, if we put something at Dubois Lake as a public access, would that not qualify for parkland dedication?
Yes, through your worship, it would be similar to the funding you provide towards boat launches in your operating budget. It would be considered a boat launch, I believe. So
Good.
that would be a recreational purpose. So yes, we could add a placeholder.
And take it out of parkland dedication.
Yes, and sorry, I just wanted to pull up the estimated parkland balance. If we put in a project for 40,000 as a placeholder, that would allow us to meet that 60% commitment that we have to plan for from the Parkland Reserve. So that would be a plus because we'd also meet that requirement.
So I guess the other lake that we were talking about was Snakeskin at one point. Are we done with that? Like 40,000 for Dubois seems an awful lot, but I don't know. That we're spending $40,000 on Dubois that we don't know much about. I'm not saying yes or no because I don't know much about it. But again, we had Snakeskin. I was down on a snowmobile the other day. But are we done with Snakeskin? I know signs I think were put up, and I think that's all Councillor Woods have really wanted. So are we doing anything at Snakeskin or not? Or should we put 20 for Snakeskin and 20 for Dubois or something as a placeholder and bring it out of parkland dedication?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I agree. I think with what Councillor Lamb said there, I think there was some talk to a little bit of upgrades at Dubois Lake. I'm not sure if it was just helping with the access into the water there, or maybe putting down some gravel for the parking area. But yeah, I think maybe a placeholder, and if it can come out of the parkland dedication fee, maybe if it's 10 or 15,000 for that. And I think if we could do something at Dubois, it may be, in my eyes, a little bit more costly in the sense of, would we want to put a dock there? So maybe use 25 at Dubois and 10 or 15 at Snakeskin. But hopefully will also be a placeholder for a Zamboni project, just as a placeholder in our budget. So I want to make sure we don't put too much to these other two projects. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, could I just mention something quickly?
Sure, go ahead.
Thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. At Snakeskin, I mean, I would agree with some gravel in the area where we're, that we can have the access, right? And definitely the differentiation between what is public lands and what is the private land right there. I don't know what signs were put up, but we probably, if we didn't, we're going to have to put signs up just to alleviate some of the pressures on the landowner right there for Snakeskin. Dubois Lake. Mr. Mayor, I want to say it was you. It would have been a long while ago. You brought this up at one point. I think it was when it was around the snakeskin discussion, to be honest, with Dave Creaser, about the opportunity that we could have because of the logging that Councillor Nash spoke about in the area and the new roadways that were put in. It puts us in pretty good distance away from the lake, but it would be still a bit of a project. One that I think, yeah, because there's no actual public access onto that lake unless you go through a private entity, right? And there is a lot of people that use the lake. But again, when it comes to the parkland dedication fee, I really hope that we're looking at the Zamboni. But there was also a request, and I thought we were going to take a look at Beach Road, the access there, and if we could possibly put a dock in, because I know there was ratepayers on the lake that they have a bit of a hard time getting in and out. Right.
That's true.
So I just wanted to make sure we brought that one up because that's an access point that's well used too. We've had some issues with parking there. We could do some work because it's so tight there, right? But we could definitely do some work doing some improvements around that launch for Shawanaga there.
Through you, Mr. Chair, very good comment, Councillor Woods. I totally had forgotten about that dock. Would it be possible to do a placeholder and list 3 possible projects for it at this time, Jessica? You could do Beach Road, Dubois, and Snakeskin, and then staff could come back on what their thoughts are. Would that be okay? And you use that 40,000 as at least a placeholder for the 3 of them?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Nash, your worship. Can you tell me what was the third road? It was Dubois Lake, Snakeskin, or sorry, the third lake?
Beach Road.
It was
Beach
the end
Road
of
on
Beach Road.
Shawanaga Lake.
Okay.
Shawanaga Lake.
Okay. Yeah, I would propose that we just include a placeholder project for access points, and list those 3 locations in the project, and then we can come back with some further detail.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Is there anything else on, are we just about done with the capital budget here? Is there anything else? Well, I'm not hearing anything. Is it, and then we're at 12:15. Is it time for a break? Time for lunch?
Yeah, I think this would be a good time to break, because we're done capital and we'd be
Yeah.
moving into operating. So start operating when we get back from lunch. Come back for 1 o'clock.
Okay. That
Perfect.
works for me.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can we pause the recording and can we turn the,
I'm
okay,
back.
can we turn the recording back on and get rid of the recess thing?
And the recording is running.
And Mr. Mayor,
Thank you very much.
once you get the meeting going again, I did have one item I had a question for under capital, one last item I forgot about before lunch, just to let you know if that might be possible. Thank you.
Okay, well, why don't you go ahead and ask it? I think we're all
Okay.
back now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just over the fire department pickup truck and the works department pickup truck, and I did have a conversation with staff on it. And I guess my question is for something to think about, and it could probably come back to the next meeting. But I know I mentioned about possibly thinking about leasing. And I know, our strategic plans talks about trying to purchase when we can. But I did also throw out the idea of would it maybe make sense to try to lease one out of the two vehicles as a test for future years to see what might come of it at the end of the lease. Is it successful doing that down the road? And the one staff I spoke to said that they could maybe see trying one of the vehicles. No decision, of course, was made. It was just a conversation. But I don't know if we might be able to just look at that. Again, we don't need to change anything in the budget, but hoping maybe when it goes out to tender, we can get a lease option and then just see which way we go if a lease might be advantageous at the time of the purchase or lease. And not for both vehicles, but just trying one so that we can have it for reference for the future. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, through you. Yeah, just on the truck. I think the fire truck was 82,000, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have it right in front of me. But surely, with 85,000 kilometers and a 214, I know that's a 15-year-old or a 10-year-old truck or more. Surely, God, we'd get a decent trade-in, or we could sell that for something, couldn't we? Like, wouldn't we get 10 grand or something, 15 grand or something for that low mileage? I don't know. And is that built in there? Or is that in the 82 that there's some trade-in?
Through your worship, I would need to speak with Bob, but I don't believe he built in any trade-in value for the vehicle. But we could look into that. That would essentially offset any required funding. However, I did want to note that if we move to leasing one of the vehicles, that does have a net levy impact because those lease payments would have to be funded from the levy rather than the asset management reserve.
And Jessica, just a quick question. Why could we not use the asset management for a lease and it would have to come out of levy? I know like $10,000 a year for a lease isn't huge, but just why can't you lease under asset management?
Because it's an operating cost, so it's no longer an asset we own, so that wouldn't be an appropriate funding source for an operating cost.
I thought through you, Mr. Mayor, that the lease option, I thought I heard Mike say or someone that it would be really expensive because of the usage of the vehicle and the wear and tear that we put on it. But maybe I'm wrong. So
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that was said by the treasurer at the time, but when I look at it, I think a good example is the fire truck, which has 80,000 kilometers on, is 14 years old. That shows the vehicles do not get a lot of use actually. And it's opposite than they get a lot of use. I think even the works manager truck doesn't have a lot of kilometers for the age of the truck either, in my opinion. Thank you.
Through you, your worship, if I could just for one second. I think when it comes to this lease versus purchase option, I mean, we can certainly when we tender these trucks, or at least that one truck, get an option for both and bring back a report to, give you what our recommendation would be on it. I think if we did go with the lease, obviously there'd be some budget amendments that might have to take place, but we can certainly price both of them if that works for now anyway.
Yeah, perfect. That's all I was suggesting through the chair myself. Thank you.
Okay, can we move on to the operating budget, please? Jessica?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes? Oh, sorry, Councillor Gray. Yes.
Yeah, I know that the fire chief will be on in just a minute or two, and he might be able to answer those questions, as well as the question from before around the grant. Thanks.
All right. Well, if he comes on, we'll ask him the questions, or when he comes on. But in the meantime, we can start into the operating budget. Please.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So as I mentioned before, we'll just go through cost center by cost center. I'll mainly be walking through it and then deferring to managers for some of the more technical questions that may come up. So first is our reserve contributions. So as we have mentioned before, the net increase in this area is due to the increased contribution to the asset management reserve. So it is going up from 485,000 to 550,000 for an increase of 65,000. And that is to get us closer to the $1.1 million capital funding target identified in the asset management plan. I just wanted to briefly note for Parkland, this is basically an in and out. This is what we plan to receive from Parkland revenue, and then we have to transfer that into reserve. So just for transparency, this is always included just so council can see what we expect to be contributing to the reserve through those accounts. So if I move on to the next page, I've included an updated reserve schedule and deferred revenue schedule. I did want to note I did have one error in the Parkland reserve. There's also a $20,000 transfer out for operating costs for the boat launch that were not reflected in here. So that estimated closing balance is 122,000, but we also have the changes that we just discussed in capital. So we'll bring forward an updated schedule at the next meeting, incorporating all of those changes.
Jessica,
so
what page are you on in your report, in your attachment A?
This is page 12 or
Page 12?
let me see, page 31 of the PDF document, but it says page 12 at the bottom.
Okay, just hold on. Page 31? Okay, that's well on. Just hold on. No, my page 31 is municipal grant. That's not the page. Page 12. You're on page 12. Okay.
Yes, but but page 31 of the like the comprehensive PDF document.
PDF.
And I'm not following something. So am I supposed to be on page 12, I guess, am I?
Yeah, it'll say page 12 in the bottom right corner.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, I've got it up now. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so this is the same schedule that was presented as part of the capital budget, just incorporated the changes from that meeting in January. And as I mentioned, there'll be some changes based on the discussion today.
So I guess I have a comment through you, Mr. Mayor. We're going to end up with 2.1 million in reserves. That's the highest in my 19 years, and I think this council should be proud that we've increased it from basically $1 million or $1.1 million and to basically close to $1 million more than we had, which is good. And also, let's not forget, we didn't do very many capital projects last year, so we're kind of catching up for 2 years. So I kind of like what I see here in terms of the bottom line. I know Councillor Nash wants to put more in. I guess at the end, when we see what we're done, I guess we can discuss that. But I like what I see here, and I think this council's done a great job in terms of advancing this as best we can, I guess. So, anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, through you,
Any other-
Mr. Chair, if I might.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think overall that this term of council has done a fairly good job thus far in increasing the reserves from the number it was previously at the start until now, which we're showing about 2.1 million. Unfortunately, I wish we had a lot more in the reserves before this term of council so that we aren't having to nickel and dime the same that we are now. I look at this number and I do have some big concerns. I look at this and look at it and say, how can we as council ensure that the future generations will have enough money in here? And we can look at some municipalities and say, how do we compare? And we can look at some other close municipalities to us of similar size, and we still have a lot less in reserves than some of the other municipalities of similar size in our district. And that's from past councils. We've tried our best. I think it's from our council as well. We haven't had as many grants as we should have, I don't feel. And that's partly our fault as council. But I think we really need to take a look and say, how can we not just look for this year and try and keep a tax rate at 2.5%? How can we work for the future? If we had an increase of 1% more last year, by the time you add last year and this year together, that would have already been $100,000 or so, or 90, I think, if you with the math.
38 times 2.
Yeah. So I think we need to do a better job of putting away. And again, if we really do look at our capital projects, there's not much there. We've taken out 105 to put to gravel, which is really putting it into operating. We really don't have a lot of capital projects. Again, yeah, there's several 100,000, but not nearly what the AMP study suggests or says. We're not putting in nearly enough money. The report that the treasurer did a great job on is still saying we're $260,000 short of what we should be putting away or putting towards asset management. That would equate to whatever another, I'm doing some quick math here, maybe it's a 7 or an 8% tax increase just to get to where we should. But there's so many years, even the past 3 years of this term of council, we've never met that AMP study in 1 year. We've never even come close. So by us saying, let's have a low tax rate, yes, members of the public might like it, but it's not how we do good books in the long run for the long-term longevity of our municipality. Sure, it's great to boast that we have lower tax rate than many people, but we also have a lot less done in our asset management or in capital works than a lot of the other municipalities. So I think you kind of have to look at it, the glass half full, the glass half empty. That's why I push so much. And again, I think we have done good to increase it by $1 million. But this year, we're not increasing it. We're basically, putting in the money to take it right back out. So we've done good for the last 3 years, let's call it. And now we're just going to put in 550,000, or no, sorry, we're going to pull out 634,000. And when we go through the budget, that's we're taking out about the same amount. So we're just status quo. In the last 3 years, we've actually put in hundreds and hundreds of thousands into the reserves. And it's like this year, let's just skip it. This year, let's keep a low tax rate. Well, if we're skipping it and keeping a low tax rate, all we're doing is, in my eyes, is really penalizing the municipality for the future years and the people that live here full time by not putting enough away to fix things and things. That's why I'd suggested I'd like to see more of a 4% tax increase to give that extra money into the reserves by possibly doing a lease. That money can go into a reserve fund better. So again, I think overall this is a great meeting, but I don't think we're doing enough to combat the monster in the room of our reserve funds. And taking a year off, I don't think is the right thing. Thank you very much.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just I don't want to get into a long debate on it. I disagree with you, Councillor Nash. But we are increasing our contribution from 643 to 690, so that's basically 50 grand, I guess. So it isn't that we're not increasing our contribution, and I hear and I know all the figures that you're saying, but I do not support going up 1.5% to 4%. So, but anyway, I guess we can discuss that at some later date today, I guess. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Jessica, I think, wanted to clarify something.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I was going to speak specifically to the asset management reserve and to our capital funding. On the following page, there was a summary of our capital funding target that was in the 2024 asset management plan. In that plan, the target funding was estimated at 1.1 million. I think it's important that council understands that you need to look at what funding you have for capital in a given year, not necessarily what you are spending. That's not what the asset management plan is trying to say, that you need to spend 1.1 million per year. It's that your capital funding needs to equal that amount. So the way they look at it as is looking at our sustainable funding, which is our infrastructure funding through CCBF and OSIF, what we're contributing to our various equipment reserves. So in the plan, they also recommended that we target an increase of 1.4% in increased contributions per year, so that eventually we get to this funding target. So we are thinking of this in long term in terms of financial stability. We did target this increase for the 2026 budget. That's built into that increase into the asset management reserve. And if we continue to increase that contribution year over year, within 5 years, we're going to meet this funding target. I also wanted to note that I don't think it's necessarily helpful to just look at what your reserve balances are, because your reserve funding is going to fluctuate from year to year based on the capital requirements for that year. So yes, in this year, we are taking out more than we're contributing because we have increased needs for this year. In other years, you could see that you end up having a net increase in that reserve. So it does smooth out over time. It's both the transfers out are going to fluctuate year over year based on your requirements for a given year. So that being said, council can increase the contribution to the asset management reserve if they so wish. That will just have an impact on the bottom line. And then it would essentially mean that we'll be able to achieve this target funding sooner than we had initially planned for. I also wanted to note that based on what our consultant has told us, we are actually in pretty good shape in terms of where we're sitting in reaching that target. Some municipalities had quite a substantial difference between their sustainable funding and what the target was.
And through you, Mr. Chair, Jessica, thank you for that. Where is the, I know in the AMP study, it had talked about the 1.1 million, but it also said it had to be adjusted for inflation. Where's the inflation numbers?
Someone's got their mic open.
Where's the inflation number if we're doing the same amount this year at 1.1 and last year? Where's the inflation on it?
That was built into the targeted or the recommended increase of 65,000.
Okay.
So that's something that staff will account for annually.
Yeah. So if it says target funding, could we not maybe for next year have target funding adjusted for inflation instead of seeing it carry through? So like how much more did we have to carry forward this year to last year? It said the target annual increase of 51,800 and 51,800. So where's the money for the inflation on this chart? Where's that line item?
I can update that number for you.
Okay, so it hasn't been updated. Am I correct? Or it has?
It's been accounted for in the increased contribution to the reserve, just not in that number.
And the last question for that, since the AMP study was done, however many years ago, I think it's important to show what that target funding with inflation is over the last 4 years. You know, if it was 1.1 million, it's probably more like 1.3 million now. I think there's well over 10% inflation since the first AMP study. So I think that's an important number. Would you be able to bring that for the next meeting it comes back? It's probably not a hard item to find, but do you think you could update it for the next meeting with that?
The target funding was first established in the 2024 plan, which was just approved last year. So it was the first year that council had incorporated that into budget considerations. So the prior asset management plans didn't have a target funding, from what I understand.
Okay, I know the original AMP study several years ago talked about inflation, how we had to include for it. So I'm going off the original AMP study that we have. What are you speaking to about last year when we voted to have it in our budgets, just so I understand? I'm a little lost, I think, on that.
This chart was presented in the 2025 budget, like the left side of this chart. And from what I understand, that was the first year that was investigated and incorporated, because it was something that was in the 2024 asset management plan, which wasn't actually finalized until 2025.
Okay, yeah, no, that makes total sense. But I think the 1.1 target funding was done previous years too. That, like, I think that number comes from a 2023 report, maybe, or maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure if.
No, from what I understand, it was in the 2024 plan, but that plan wasn't approved until 2025.
Okay, thank you, Jessica.
You're welcome.
Someone has their mic open. Thank you.
So I'll carry on, but just wanted to confirm whether council wanted to discuss increasing the contribution to the asset management reserve.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, I've stated my position. I think we're doing well. I think the comments you've made, Jessica, I take great solace in. We're heading in the right direction. We've done the right thing. Again, I'm proud of what we've done by, increasing it by 900,000 or whatever on a percentage basis. We could always put more away, but I've been on council a long time, and we prided ourselves as having essential services that I don't get a lot of complaints on, and a lower, or in the bottom 20% or 25% of tax things or tax rates. So I'm comfortable with what we're doing. And I do not support taking the tax rate from whatever it is, 2.38 to 4, or from 3 to 4. I guess depending, our expenditures are going up 3%. It's only 2.38 because we're putting in the education tax that we don't have any control over, right? So, but it's a 3% world. I went to the grocery store, which I don't do all that often. I went into Sobeys last week, and I was just freaking stunned at the amount of the cost of groceries, right? And you're not going to have any tag days for Joe Lamb, but there's a lot of people in our community that are suffering, and so I'm comfortable with what we're doing. I think this council's been very, very financially responsible, and maybe on the frugal side. I think our roads are in good shape. I get very few calls on capital things other than the rink. If that's our biggest problem, we should feel lucky. So I'm not in support of increasing the amount to the asset management plan. I think it would be a big mistake, and again, I'm not in support of it. Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash, I know Councillor Lamb and I have a difference of opinion on it. I think we aren't living in a 3% world personally. And I think when you look at many of the municipalities that have already passed budgets or are working for them, our 2.38 would be on the very, very lower end of anybody's tax increase, which sounds good, especially sounds good during an election year. However, is it good for the overall community? You know, what can we do to improve our dump? In our budget coming up, we don't even have water testing in it for the lakes that we spoke about. There's all these items that we can't do. We have a very large road grant. Do we want to take a road grant away for a year and put it into things that we really should be doing? I would say we probably don't want to do that. But I would also think if we are going on a roughly, I think CPI was 2 point something% this year. Well, that's adding $20,000 just to our target funding number, or about 0.5% or 2/3% of a tax increase. So just to get this AMP funding target for 24, 25, and 26, even though we passed it in 25, but for the year 24, for the year 25, for the year 26, if we use 3% for each of those, that's almost $10,000. It's 110,000, right? That's another 2 years onto this chart. So we've gone from 6 to 5, or you could say we've gone from 6 to 7. So I think doing a tax increase by maybe doing an extra 51,000, even if it's into the asset management reserves, we're just going to be keeping our number stagnant in a way. That's what I'd like to see. I'm not sure what other members of council. Obviously, Councillor Lamb wants to keep it low. Obviously, I want to keep it as low as we can, but I don't think 2.3% increase does us justification for keeping on our AMP study target with inflation for it. So I'd like to see that if it was closer to a 4% tax increase, that extra 60,000 or 70,000 go toward this AMP reserve, which will keep us more in line to still finish probably in 5 years. Because by the time we add inflation to this, we've just added another 3 years to it. Thank you.
Yeah, can we hear what others have to say on this subject, and if anything?
Well, it's not 2.8% to 3.8. It's 3% is what our budget is. It only goes down to 2.38 because of education. So we're going up 3%.
Yeah, I would like, I'm just wondering if Councillor Bray, Councillor Woods, do you have any comments on this issue?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I have been listening to both of the arguments or discussion, and I'm looking at what our treasurer has presented to us, that and also what the consultants had said about doing it slowly, not doing it a huge increase at a time. I think that we're on target. And we have a few extra things we have to do this year, but I think that as our treasurer has said, we don't look at what we're doing, we look at what we're putting in and where we're getting to in the overall amount. So I look at it, we have 5 years to get to our target. Is that correct, Jessica?
Yes, your worship, that's correct. If we maintain this this annual increase of 1.4% approximately, we'll reach the target in 5 years.
Okay. So that means the amount that we're putting in this year will go up 1.4 next year, and the year after, and keep going till we get it done. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I think we're on a good target, and I think that is really important. And I do appreciate the work you put into this that shows us that we are moving forward. I think I'm happy with what we're doing. If sometime we have extra money and we can put it in, then we will. But I think that we have a lot of things on the go this year. So I'm fine with it being as you have presented it today. Thanks.
And Jessica,
sorry, Councillor
just
Nash,
wanted-
you have spoken a number of times on this particular subject. Could we hear from Councillor Woods or somebody else, please?
You could, but I'm just trying to get clarification on something that was just said. If we keep it at 1.4%, Jessica, and inflation is 3%, we'll never get to the target. So if we only keep it at 1.4%, how can we ever get to our target if we're not including for inflation? Can you please explain that to me?
This is an increase of 1.4% of our levy requirement. So I think that's where the math might be off.
Right, but
Can
the
we hear,
AMP study.
can we hear from Councillor Woods
Yeah,
and the mayor
yeah.
on this? It seems like, Councillor
Councillor
Brady and
Lamb,
I
I
are
was
saying
still-
leave it as is,
Yeah,
but
I was still talking, Councillor.
I know, but you
Um,
keep talking on
Yeah,
this,
Bill,
Scott.
well, because somebody replied, just like you replied after I said something, Councillor Lamb.
Well, I know,
So-
but we're trying to get some
Councillor
input
Lamb,
from
please
someone
let me
else.
finish.
Yeah.
So with our target funding of 1.1 million, which as per the AMP study is supposed to be indexed to inflation, how can we only keep it at 1.4% and be done in 5 years if we're not taking into consideration the inflation, Jessica, for the 1.1 number?
It's not an increase of 1.4% in the contribution. It's an increase of 1.4% in the levy requirement.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Did you have any comment, Councillor Woods?
So our inflation is, or our tax rate is going to be 2.38%, I think we said, without the school tax put in. That's right.
With the school tax in, yes.
With the school tax in. Okay. And that would put us at a 3% overall. Is that what?
No, it's the opposite. So, through you, Mr. Mayor. Brian, our budget, if you forget about education taxes, is going up 3%. But when you factor in that the education tax or is basically the same, that brings the percentage down overall to 2.38, right? But our spending and our overall budget is going up 3%. So that's what we're in charge of, right? Not the education tax.
Okay. And the 3% puts us on target where in 5 years we won't have a worry. Because I do kind of understand what Councillor Nash is saying, where he's coming from. But I mean, if we're on target, I guess we're on target. I'd hate to see us not put, and I know we have done one heck of a job, right, at putting money away this term. But I'd hate to see us miss out on opportunities where we can put away for the future, right?
So you're for leaving it, are you?
Yeah, I mean, I'll leave it as long as we can be assured that we're on target and we'll be there in 5 years. So I mean, I'm gonna be paying taxes here a lot more than 5 years, right?
Mr. Mayor, what are your thoughts?
Well, I was going to say I think this is a discussion that probably should be at the end after we have looked at all of the things that we have to do and want to do in this particular year, and make sure that we've figured out how to do them and how we're going to do them and so on. Yeah, I mean, it's not as far as this particular year is concerned, and I'm satisfied with the contribution that we're making to reserves. I think one of the, and I think as we look, Councillor Nash is right in one sense that when we look forward into the future, we will probably have other things that we want to do, and some of those at the end of the day will end up having to be funded with tax increases. But I'm not concerned about our position based on what I know right now. So I don't know. I mean, the high, this is really a sort of a high level discussion. There's nothing. I mean, like I would be happy with the tax rate that we have in this budget. I honestly thought maybe it would end up being a little bit higher based on what my if you go back to look at some of the uh, our capital project plan that we had back a few years ago, we had a number of things in there that were coming down the road, and some of them have disappeared from the list, but they are things that we would have had to figure out how to fund. So I don't know, but at this point in time, based on what I know, I'm satisfied with it the way it is.
Perfect. So
I would like to get through to the end of this exercise and see if we missed anything significant, and if we have, then we might have to revisit the subject. But just looking at asset management plan funding, I don't see a reason to change anything at this point.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it seems we have a consensus of council. Can we move on?
Yeah, I'd like to go through the rest of the operating budget.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, do you know if the fire chief is back on the call yet?
I haven't seen him. Let me see. No. Well, I can't tell. His line is
there.
still open.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm here. Yep.
Oh, you
Sorry.
are? Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. So we had
sorry,
we had two questions for you, Bob, and the two questions were about one was a grant that you were looking at, and it was, I forget what it was for, but Councilor Bray, can you?
Yeah, it was for the windows you had, someone had asked about.
Oh, yeah.
Because
The
it's
windows.
not in the capital.
Oh, if I could just add through your worship, it was also the washroom upgrades at Station 2. So Bob, you and I had spoken about that, and you had indicated you were going to apply for a grant to complete that work. And so we had agreed we would bring it forward to council if the grant was approved.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Sorry, we can't hear you, Bob.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, Jessica and I spoke about that, and I discussed that. I would look and see if there was a grant to do that, replace the windows, the toilet, and the sink at Station 2. But as of now, there is no grant that I'm aware of to do that.
So through you, Mr. Chair. So I think what I understood was the reason it was not in the budget was because the fire department had a grant in mind and was going to apply for the grant. Or was it more, Bob, that you were thinking that maybe it could be funded through a grant should there be a grant around? Because it's totally two different things of what I'm understanding here, right?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, we thought that we might have been able to get some of that stuff done under the cancer reduction grant that came out through the OFM, but that wasn't part of their stuff. And yes, if there was a grant come available that we could apply for to get that.
Okay, so if there is no grant, or the one that you were thinking of is not available, I would ask staff maybe to bring it back to the next budget meeting with a placeholder to do these energy efficient things, knowing that the grant did not turn out because it didn't qualify or it didn't hit the check marks for that grant. That's what I'd like. I'm not sure what other members of council would like. I partly say that because we talk all the time about green initiatives. Here's a perfect initiative, and then we don't put it on our budget to do, when all we're doing with the new furnace and new windows or new door is heating the outside through the windows. It's kind of counterproductive to the other things we've done. And I think it would go a long way in the community to say, this is what we did do as a green initiative by replacing these windows in the toilet and the sink. And I think you talked about a handle in the washroom as well. That's what my comment is on it. Thank you.
Was there another question for the fire chief?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I thought you had two. Sorry. Did I miss one there? Was there another question? Sorry.
I had asked,
Anybody remember what it was?
well, I had asked,
I wasn't here, so I don't know.
Mr. Mayor, it was
What? Yeah.
something around, was it not leasing the truck as opposed to purchasing the
Oh.
truck?
Yes,
Was
and
that
it was
not a question?
also,
That's right.
sorry, Councillor Woods, also the question was whether there would be any value in the old half-ton truck for the
Yeah,
trade-in.
Trade-in value.
yeah.
So
I
through you,
could say
Mr.
something. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'll wait.
Let Councillor, let the fire chief answer, please, and then we'll.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if leasing or purchasing is which way is better. I think that would be our treasurer's thing to do that, figure out which is best for us to do. As far as the value of the truck, it's not worth a whole lot. We're not going to get a whole lot for it. We may end up having to keep it because the Ministry of Labor is now wanting us to undress after a fire at the fire and put our bunker gear in something other than the fire truck. So I'm not sure if we're going to be doing that or buying a bus. So we're going to have to look at that before we actually make a decision. So I hope that answered your questions. If there's anything else.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, thank you. All right, can we move down to the next slide, please, in the operating budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think Councillor Woods had a comment he was going to say there.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor Woods, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I was just gonna basically say what the fire chief had to say. Although that truck has next to nothing for kilometers, it's in decent shape. You'd be lucky to get, $4,000 or $5,000 for it just because of the age of it. It's not going to be a very sought after trade-in truck.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, what do other council members think about having a line item in to do these energy efficient things, knowing that there isn't a grant available? Do other members of council want to see it there or not? Because if the majority want to see it, let's put it there. If the majority don't want to see it, let's not put it there, and then I won't bring it up again.
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Bray.
Go ahead.
I've had to turn my video off. I'm sorry I missed what Councillor Woods said, and I missed most of what Councillor Nash said. My internet seemed to just go, so I've turned off my video so now I can hear people. Thanks.
Okay. Did you hear his question?
Well, I didn't hear what Councillor Woods said. He was just starting to talk when my sound stopped.
I could say it again quick,
Yeah,
Mr.
go
Mayor,
ahead,
if you like.
Councillor Woods. Yeah.
Thanks, through you, Mr. Mayor. Janice, all I was saying was, although the fire truck, the pickup, has next to no kilometers on it, there wouldn't be much of a trade-in value to it just because of the age of the truck. It's not something that would be a sought-after vehicle, right?
Thank you very much.
So I guess the question that Councillor Nash was trying to get answered was what did other members of council think about investing in additional energy enhancements to Station 2? I'm wondering if you have a comment on that, Councillor Bray.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is that you know, we could replace things, the windows, and I don't think the toilet is really energy efficient, but it's just the new toilet would be nice. I I think that what we really should be doing there, if we're going to keep that building and use it in the next, if it's going to be around and be used for the next 10 years, 15 years, then we should have an energy audit on it first to see what all is needed. Like just replacing the windows may not be what is needed first. We should find out what's needed first, second, third, and then go about it in a planned manner, would be my opinion. But so I would say that first step we need is an energy audit. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I think when we come to ice cap, I'm thinking of last year. We basically, it was, I think, 13,000, and we said, well, we're going to join ice cap or the biosphere or whatever. And we're going to go with the 10,000, but they have to have a deliverable, if you will. And we haven't seen that deliverable that hopefully is coming to council. But I think there's another 10,000 in there that last year we debated, you know, do we use that as an actual green initiative versus, you know, paying ice cap to, you know, finish off our plan or do things. So maybe we could defer that until we get to that discussion, because I get the feeling, I may be wrong, that we're going to be going through the same thing when we get to that section. So so there's the 10,000 for, I guess, windows or whatever. But yeah, I just don't want to pay a bunch of people a bunch of stuff to study what we need. If we need new windows, I don't know how old the windows are, but anyway, that's my comment. Thank you.
Yeah. And Al, through you, Mr. Mayor, I agree with Councillor Lamb. Yeah, I can probably bring this topic up again under ice cap, or under that green initiative line item, and talk about it then.
Let's go.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor. Still muted, George. I can see your lips moving.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, folks. I didn't realize it. I heard a little background noise here, so I just muted temporarily. What I was saying is I can't comment on whether this is a priority in terms of energy saving and so on. It's really a question. I guess I agree with Councillor Bray. It's really a question of what we see as the future of that building and how much we want to invest in it and so on. And I don't think we ever sorted that one out, but it's kind of separate from the question of, well, what are, it begs the question, what are the priorities for energy enhancement? And we should get to that, I guess. So that's my only comment on this particular thing. The window, replacing windows in the fire hall. So, do you want to move on to another one here?
Thank you, Your Worship. So yes, next would be debt. Not really a lot of control council has over this because it's based on the approved debt schedules. I have also included the debt schedule for 2026 as an attachment so that council can confirm what the payment amounts are. So there's really just a small reduction for the Bunny Trail construction loan principal, just based on that actual payment schedule. And then the other changes are just rounding differences. We've tried to round the budget to more even numbers where possible, just to make it easier to understand. So I'm not sure if there are any questions on the included debt schedule.
Other than through you, Mr. Mayor, that I think we're 40% of our limit. Is that correct?
Yes, through your worship, that's correct. We're just slightly over 40% of our annual repayment limit.
And do you have any idea how that sits, Jessica, compared to other communities?
No, I'm sorry, I haven't done an analysis on that. I can certainly bring that forward to a future meeting, but I won't have time to do that for the next budget meeting, but I can certainly look at bringing that forward to the March meeting.
Why don't you just ask our auditor? They do a bunch of places, right?
Oh, yeah, I could do that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else on the debt schedule?
Okay, so next is taxation. So I did want to note that there was some updates to these numbers based on my explanation this morning. So I can pull up an update for that. So as noted in the tax impact analysis, we did update the assessment growth number. So basically, your prior year levy and your assessment growth revenue is the levy funds that you would get if you didn't make any changes to the tax rate. The payment in lieu is also projected to go up a little bit based on our requirements for this year. One notable change is supplemental taxes. We have had to reduce that by 32,000, and that's on the recommendation of MPAC. We did not see the amount of assessment increase that they had forecasted for 2025. So they've recommended us to budget closer to what our actuals were. So we've reduced that down to 40,000 just to be conservative. And the railway right-of-way revenue that's set, those are based on rates set through the province, and there's no change recommended for 2026.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, two questions, Jessica. What is the railway right-of-way revenue? Is that what CN or CP pays us in a year?
Yes, thank you for your question, to your worship. Yes, that's correct. It's based on the acreage of the train track that runs through our municipality, and it's based on a rate that the province sets.
Okay. And the supplemental taxes and in lieu of taxes. Supplemental taxes would be if somebody finishes a building permit and they're then issued a tax bill for the previous year. Is that what that is for?
Yes,
Or a
that's
new
correct.
year? Okay. And the in lieu of taxes.
Yes, so that is payments in lieu for properties that are usually under like provincial jurisdiction. So under legislation, they're charged payment in lieu rather than based on the tax rate. So that estimate comes from OPTA, the Ontario Property Tax Association.
So I'm sure it's been there other years. I just don't remember seeing that. So the number, I can't quite read it there. Is it 90,000 or so?
$9,097.
Oh, 9,009. So that's like M&R paying a fee to us or something like that?
Yeah, yes, and it's just in lieu of property
Oh,
taxes. It's just another classification of the revenue. And then just to comment on the actuals as well, they typically don't pay until February or March, so that's why it hasn't been reflected yet, but it will be more in line with the budget.
okay. Thanks, Jessica.
You're welcome.
Can you give us an example of a property that would result in that in lieu of taxes?
If I could come back with that, if
I
that's
didn't,
all right.
yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
curious. I didn't realize we had that situation in our municipality. I know what it is, but I didn't. I guess I'm thinking to myself, okay, where would we have that?
Yeah, and it has in past years been included in the assessment analysis that goes along with the final budget, so you can see what revenue is coming from those properties. But just I can't speak to it off the top of my head. I'd rather
No.
look into our tax software and specifically tell you what properties we have in that category.
Okay, that's fine, no problem. It's just curiosity.
Okay.
Thanks. Anything else on this chart? Okay, let's do the next one.
Okay, so next is our general revenue. So I did mention this in my introductory address. This is a revenue that really doesn't apply to a specific area. So that's why we've grouped it separately in its own area. The main revenue source here is our Ontario Municipal Partnership funding. And we did, as previously noted, get a substantial increase in that funding amount, which is driving the overall increase. That is unrestricted funding that small and rural municipalities receive from the province to help offset our overall expenses. So we're not restricted to use it for a specific purpose. It basically just goes into our budget to help the bottom line. Interest earned from bank balance, that's just interest on the funds in our bank account. I've increased it slightly to 45,000. We did have higher than budgeted actuals for 2025, but since we have so much capital work planned this year, we won't have as much funds in our bank account to drive that revenue. So I think 45,000 is a safer estimate. The aggregate resources grant is something that we have received annually. It just wasn't budgeted in 2025, so I've added that back into the budget. The POA revenue is something I'm looking into. I'm not sure why we haven't received it yet, but I've just included a safe estimate of $3,000 based on what we got in 2024. And I'll try to get an update for council this week on that, but it's not a large impact to the bottom line, so I'm not concerned. And then lastly, our penalty interest, I have reduced that by 10,000, and that's because we've been making really good headway in reducing our taxes receivable balance. So as people pay their outstanding balances, we don't receive as much in penalty interest. So this estimate is more in line with what we expect to receive in 2026 based on current receivables.
Jessica, through you, Mr. Mayor, the Provincial Offences Act, I know there was a case in Whitestone where there was a fine of, I think, around $20,000 or so. Do we get any of that money back? I think Nigel was looking at that or something, or does that just go into the provincial coffers? Because it certainly cost us a lot of money to prosecute that, right? And do we get any of our costs back for prosecuting it?
Through you, Your Worship, I have looked into that a little bit, and my indication, at least in initial conversations with the lawyer on that case, was that yes, we do get that money, but no, we would not get costs. So I could probably bring back a report with more substantial information on it, but that's what I have right now.
But if we get 20, through you, Mr. Mayor, if we get 20,000, that should be, or even 15, that should be reflected in the budget. That would pay for windows.
Well, sorry,
Yeah, I think that the issue is it's provided it's paid. So I think in these cases, generally we would budget on the conservative side to,
okay,
as it's not really guaranteed that you would get it.
I was waiting to see if Councillor Bray wanted to answer this because she's the rep on the POA Partners group. But that's not how the system works. Yeah. Provincial Offences Act fines of any kind, regardless of what they were caused by or where they were initiated, go through the Parry Sound Court, and the Ministry of the Attorney General, because it's their office really in a sense, the Ministry of the Attorney General takes a percentage off the top of all the fines received, regardless of what they were or where they were, for their operating costs, and then the POA office in Parry Sound takes their operating costs off it, and what is left over is redistributed. Anything that's left over is distributed to the municipalities on a formula based on the size of the municipality and things like that. So if we find somebody $20,000 and that money is actually collected, that doesn't mean that we get the $20,000 because it happened in Whitestone. We might get a few $100s out of it. And that's why that $3,000 is basically our share of all the POA revenue that was left over from from distribution. So this is, where does it mostly come from? It mostly comes from, uh, you know, fines for people speeding on the Highway 400 in Parry Sound District, and things like that. And of course they weren't, well, not from speeding in Whitestone. So, but we still get a share of it. But we don't see it doesn't work to our advantage if we have big Whitestone only fines, because they all get pooled.
Okay, thank you.
Through
Mr.
you.
Mayor?
Oh,
Councillor
go ahead.
Gray, yes, did you want
Well, I was just going to say, yeah, what you've been saying is exactly correct. And the budget for this year is set, and we see, and it looks like that the office in Parry Sound is funded through, can be funded this year again through the amounts of money coming in. But the problem is that the amount is going down and the costs are going up. And in some places, municipalities have had to chip in extra money in order to keep their POA offices going. So that's something to think about. And I would certainly let everybody know and bring back that information if I hear that that's what's going to happen. Thank you.
and folks, I just need to take this opportunity to repeat something that I've said a few times before. Provincial Offences Act charges and so on are the way of the past, not the way of the future. And when I say we, it's really West Parry Sound, I think, needs to look seriously at AMPS, which is a replacement for POA, which solves a whole bunch of problems that I won't go into right now. But it also is a complicated thing to set up. We probably couldn't, it would be a huge project for Whitestone to do it on its own, but some of the other municipalities, like Seguin, for example, are moving in that direction. And I think that will, eventually we've got to figure out how to make that work for us. So that's a project for the future. By the way, we would then presumably probably get more of our revenue, more of the revenue that we generate locally in terms of fines. But anyway,
Through you,
just a comment for it's something we got to look at in the future.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, both what yourself and Councillor Bray said is what I understood, that it just goes into a big pool and the municipality gets a little piece of that big pie, I'll call it. But I was going to say there's also some of these cases go on for so long because there's appeal procedures and stuff like that. So just because we think we might get paid something doesn't necessarily mean we will. But with that said, even though there's not revenue under the Planning Offences Act, it's something I spoke to earlier on in my brief discussion at the beginning of the meeting is, why do we not have a line item for bylaw infractions? Like, I think we're probably one of the very only municipalities that don't normally ticket people. Last year, I don't think we issued a single ticket. I know staff behind the scenes is working that staff will be able to issue a ticket instead of having to phone the OPP. But why do we not have on here revenue from bylaw for ticketing? I think we should at least have something as a placeholder so we can see how much we've ticketed in a year that doesn't go under the Provincial's Offences Act, or do all of them go under the Provincial Offences Act, even if it's parking in a handicap parking spot, for example, or illegally parking a boat? Are all of those under the Provincial Offences Act? Because I believe some of those get paid directly to the municipalities.
Through you, your worship. I guess my suggestion on that is I'm going to have to look into it. I obviously had been given the wrong information about the provincial offenses process, so I think it's something we'd have to look into. And in terms of adding a line item, you know, if there is money that comes directly to us from bylaw enforcement, certainly we can add it. It's not that hard to do.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, you or the fire chief should be able to comment because he does write tickets for, or you fire department folks write tickets for people, right?
Yes, that's correct. We do have, we do
But-
write tickets for,
But they are just
burning
part
offenses.
they are just part one POA as far as I know. They get treated like we don't, the money doesn't come in. We don't get the money directly, do we?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, you're correct. It's just part, it's just through the POA. Yep, exactly.
Yep. And I'm not sure, do we have a system that we can ticket for other things other than, like, do we have a part one for parking? Do we have part one for anything else? Part one tickets? Can we issue? Because I don't think we do.
No.
So that's the reason why there are no tickets issued, is because I think the only place that we can do tickets is through the burning bylaw and then probably planning or a building. Is that correct?
Well, there are fines under the dog bylaw, and
Oh, okay. I missed them.
there are a few other ones, I think, but they're all POA part one.
And if I'm correct, right now, we can't write our own tickets, which is what I think a big part through you, Mr. Mayor, of the issue has been that, and I know staff is now working on it, but for a number of years, we've been asking, when is staff going to be able to write our own tickets instead of OPP for some of these things? And it'll be nice when we get to that stage so the tickets can be written much more readily, easily, instead of by law having to phone the OPP to get all the information.
Okay, well, noted as a for further investigation, I guess. Can we are we done with this particular one? Can we move to the next one, please?
Yeah,
What
so
is this one? What
this
is
is
this?
Thank you, through
Go
your
ahead.
worship. This is administration. So this is a combination of estimates provided or prepared by Nigel and myself. But I'll walk through some of the high level changes for you. And if there's specific questions, we can address those. So this area is grouped into some of our general revenues related to administration, and then followed by our expenditures. So in terms of revenues, we've added budget for nomination fees, given that this is an election year. That's just based on what we received in the last election year. This miscellaneous office revenue is expected to stay the same, just based on where we were at for 2025. Farley's parking permits we have reduced just based on the last 2 years of history. Similar to dog takes, we've averaged that out over 2 years to come up with an estimated budget. 911 revenue is projected to stay the same, just based on actuals for 2025. That's for 911 signs and posts that people purchase. And this amount for the grant for invasive species, that's an accounting error. I just have to do an adjustment to move that. So there's no budget required for that account. And then tax certificates are anticipated to stay the same. We did build in an increase to the user fee, but based on the projected volume for 2026, the budget doesn't require a change. Then moving down into our expenses, first, the main driver to the overall increase of $40,700 approximately is increases in salaries and benefits. So those are based on approved staffing levels, but I will note that we did reduce the hours for one position slightly by 1 day biweekly. So that has been accounted for. Our benefit costs, our benefits provider advises us to budget an 8 to 10% increase annually for our renewal in August. So we know what our premiums will be, or our rates will be, from January to August, and then we build in that increase for the remainder of the year. We've made a lot of very minor changes just based on historical actuals and where we expect things to be. So I'm not going to walk through all of them. I'll just highlight some of the bigger changes. Training expenses, we did anticipate a increase of about 2,000 just because we have a lot of new staff on board, and we have some required training, as well as some training that would be very helpful that we're planning for. Postage expenses are projected to increase slightly based on increased rates from Canada Post. And insurance, this is based on a very small increase of 3% for our renewal in May. So I did include in the council report an analysis on insurance. I've given you 5 years of history of where our premiums are at. Our insurance broker advised that they are anticipating our premiums to stay flat for the next renewal, but I've built in a 3% increase just to be safe. So that's the impact for the administration area, which is mainly our liability insurance. Advertising, we have reduced just based on our actuals from 2025 being quite lower than what was budgeted. That's mainly because the prior year there was a lot of advertising expenses due to staff turnover. We don't have that right now, and we're also using social media a lot to advertise different things. So the requirement to advertise in newspapers and traditional streams are not as high anymore. Our computer supplies budget is projected to increase by about $2,500. That's both for minor computer equipment as well as our contract with our IT consultant. Financial expenses have been increased by $2,500, and that's to account for a change in how we process payroll. So we're moving to a different provider, and it will be a little bit more modern in terms of how staff submit their time and how they're able to view all of their pay stubs and time banks and whatnot. So it is a very small increase for some very big saving, or some big improvements in our efficiency. MPAC fees have gone up a little over $3,000. That's based on what MPAC provides to us. So they give us an estimate for the 2026 year. We don't really have control over changing that.
Jessica,
yes.
would you mind if I ask one question just regarding the last item just before you move on? Is that all right?
Sure.
It was about the payroll, or I'll call it pay stubs. Are we, and I hope I'm correct, are we changing to a method of using an agency like Ceridian or ADP to help with the issuing of our payroll, I'll call it, in T4s and that kind of stuff? Is that what part of this is when you said an auto provider? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, thank you for your question, Councillor Nash, through your worship. That's we're basically like outsourcing a portion of payroll and just streamlining the process. So right now it's highly manual. It uses multiple systems. So everything will just go through one system. They will also help with all of the payroll remittances that we have to make to CRA, which right now is a manual process done by myself and the finance staff. So they will take that over for us, and they will also issue all the T4s at year end, which will help us get those out the door a little bit sooner.
And Jessica, I think this is absolutely a fabulous idea. Before your time, I'll take 30 seconds here. I brought a motion up to try and have us go to an ADP or Ceridian or somebody like that. And it was not passed because previous staff said it was not time saving and wasn't financially responsible, which I could never understand why. And I think for all the reasons you've just said to everybody here, it is a very good procedure to do. I'm really glad that you're doing this. It'll speed it up. It'll make your job easier, I think, or hopefully. And I'm just very, very happy to see it. That's why I wanted to ask when you said it. I'm like, oh, I'm really glad to see that we're moving into the 21st century in this. So that's great news, Jessica. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I just wanted to note that I did look back at what previous staff had looked at, and they were looking at ADP, which is one of the larger providers. What they offer is very robust and kind of exceeds what we require. So we did go out for quotes for due diligence purposes. And there are other providers out there that more meet our needs. So we were able to get it at a much lower price than what staff were previously looking at.
Okay, thank you for that. Can we carry on?
Yep. So audit fees have been adjusted downwards slightly just based on actuals over the last 2 years. Election expenses is a substantial increase, of course, because it's an election year. So at Whitestone, what has been traditionally done is we just budget in the election year what we require for the election. What some municipalities do, I just wanted to note for council's understanding, is they will put away funds in the 3 years when it's not an election year. So that it just evens out the cost over a 4-year term. So that is something council could look at for future years. It wouldn't create any impact on this year, though. And the volunteer appreciation event was just adjusted by $2,000 less based on the actuals for 2026, for 2025. HR contingency was reduced by 10,000 just based on where actuals.
Jessica,
Yes.
could I go back to the donations? When
Yes.
when are we going to be discussing the donations at the regular council meeting this month?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Lamb. I believe we will have that on the schedule for the March meeting. And I would actually propose that if council's okay with it, that we move that to council because it is the council donation policy. And I know that council has stated that they wish to, I know Councillor Woods brought up the donations to the school board. So we can certainly discuss increasing this amount if council wishes.
I don't believe we should put it under council.
Okay.
Council should be just council costs, not programs like the road grant or donations. Those should come out of administration or somewhere else. If I understood you correctly, I don't think you should put that in. People will misinterpret it. They'll use an overall number and say, this council started at $10,000 and look at them. Now it's 17,000. That's a whatever percent increase. In essence, it's a fake number, right? So I think what should be in council is our council remuneration, basically, and not things like road grants or donations. So anyway,
Okay.
that's just my thought. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your feedback. We can certainly leave it here under administration, but I think we do need to have a discussion on whether council wishes to increase that annual allocation upwards from 10,000.
And through you, Mr. Chair, I'm glad that Councillor Lamb went back to this item because I had it flagged. I was going to talk about it at the end, but since we're here now, or like the end of this page, but yeah, I think Councillor Woods had talked about it, and I know I'd supported it. And I think there were some good comments from many of the members of council in regards to giving something to the school because of the hardships and the times that we're in. And I also said at the beginning of the meeting, I believe that the Snowmobile Club is looking for some money. So I might suggest as a placeholder, I'm not sure what others think, but maybe instead of 10,000, we increase that number to 20,000 for now. And then, we can go over the exact items when we get to that. You said in the March meeting, but I'd like to see that the donations go up to at least account for what I believe is coming from the Snowmobile Club and also what we might want to do for the school. Those are my thoughts on it.
The Snowmobile Club, through you, Mr. Mayor, the Snowmobile Club came up. I was out with the treasurer and I mentioned our donation policy a week and a half ago. And he actually called me today and his application. Tomorrow is the deadline. So the application from the Snowmobile Club is coming in and it's about 3,000 or 3,300 or so to finish off some projects they have. So, but again, some of the donations we've sent or given in the past can be adjusted too. It doesn't mean we have to continue to support, stuff in Parry Sound, for instance. So I don't know that 20 will do it. That's doubling. I forget how much we said we were going to give the school. But anyway, I don't know whether it's 10 or 5 or what, but I guess you could adjust it, Jessica, based on the applications you get, right?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Lim. I would recommend adjusting it now because it would have an impact on the tax levy. And because those applications aren't due until tomorrow, it will take staff some time to review them. And we won't know what the impact is in time to finish up our budget discussions this week. So I think increasing it to $15,000 or $20,000 might be the best option.
Could I? Oh, I was just gonna say maybe I could suggest Councillor Woods could fill us in on the school from what he filled me in on.
Sure. Yeah. For you, Mr. Mayor. This is just, I wanted to make sure that we were going to have the money set aside that I had requested for the school. I know staff was going to reach out and talk to, I think, the principal. I don't know how that discussion went. I did have some discussions with the principal, which brought me to the reason that I asked actually for $10,000 to be sent to the school. And I mean, there's a multitude of things that the school could use to, make sure the kids have an equitable experience while at school. And to me, $10,000 going towards the school is not, I mean, it do a lot for them, but it's not a heck of a lot of money when it comes off of our budget. So I'm requesting that we guarantee that 10,000 is put aside. And if we want to argue whether or not it shouldn't be that much, then we can do that.
Well, I would say, I just want to support what Jessica said a minute ago. We need to set a budget for the night. I don't know. I'm happy with it being the total budget, right? And then we can have a discussion later on. But I think if we're going to make it, well, if it's possible that we would end up giving $10,000 for to the school in 1 year, then we would have to. I think we should set it at 20,000. I would feel a lot better, to be honest with you, if I knew what they would use the funds for at this point. But I'm guessing that that's not going to happen this week. So we're kind of stuck with setting a number. So if you think that Councillor Wood said 10,000 is the right number for the school, then we need to increase the total budget to 20.
And
that's about a third. It is, keep in mind, this is a tax levy, right? So it's a third of a percentage of tax increase.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Bray.
Yeah, I was just wondering, is the school going to put in an application? Because I think that an application, it would be better for us to know sort of what they need the money for. And especially since I'm looking at here that we do not fund school activities which are already supported through the school tax levy. So I think it'd be really important for them to, and I know it's kind of late, but I think that just to be fair with all the other, I mean, I have no problems with supporting the school. I think we should. But I also, to be fair to the other groups that have put in an application, I think the school should have had an application in. And especially if we're going to spend $10,000, which I don't have a problem with, as long as we know what it's going to go for, and how, and that we're being fair to everybody else as well.
And
Well, maybe, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd support the $20,000 placeholder is now. If we're expecting the school to put something in, hopefully we can give them a few days to put it in. I think Councillor Woods has spoken to them and staff was going to reach out to them. You know, if we're going to go that far for a school, I'd certainly hope that IceCap would put in an application for their $10,000 that they ask for every year too, because they are a charitable organization. And I hate to dwell on it, but I really don't like the fact that we give money to IceCap that is a charitable donation and it's not under donations. They're a charity. They're the only business that we do with them that's a charity organization that doesn't go under charities. So going forward, I'd expect IceCap, for whatever they're doing, would also be putting in a application to the municipality asking for a donation and a grant as part of their, as we said, for the school or anybody else to keep up with everybody else that's asked for money, that we ask them for money to, again, they are a charitable donation or they are a charitable organization. Thank you.
Through you, Mr.
I
Mayor.
don't buy that argument. The school's not a charity, and I don't even know that the Rod and Gun Club is a charity. They're organizations that they're probably not for profit organizations.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was meaning IceCap is a charitable organization.
Okay, but that is irrelevant. We pay them money to provide a service for us, and
without, Mr.
we
Mayor,
can do that.
Without going out to tender,
It
without
doesn't
going out
it doesn't
to quote.
belong in the donations.
but-
These are the donations are not necessarily charities. But anyway,
Yeah,
it does
that might be true,
That-
Mr. Mayor, but with IceCap, we don't go out to tender.
okay.
We
Well, we're
don't
not
go
talking
out-
about
Well,
IceCap. We're
Mr.
talking
Mayor,
about donations.
Yes, and I'm saying a donation is to IceCap. We don't go out to tender. We don't give a proposal for them. We just give them money and they charge us what they want. That's not the way our procedural bylaw, or sorry, our procurement policy works. We should have to go out to tender with IceCap unless we're giving them a donation. That's the way our rules work.
Okay,
And
well,
every
that's
year
your
we skirt
opinion. I
around
don't
it.
agree with that. That's all I'm trying to say. Can we
well,
move
that's
off this
fine.
particular subject, please? Jessica, did you have a comment? I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to comment on Councillor Bray. I agree. I think we should get an application from the school board. And I just wanted to highlight for council that under the donation policy, it says that the municipality will not fund school activities which are already supported through the school tax levy. So I
Yep.
think that to meet the requirements of this policy, you would want to be funding a special initiative from the school board. And then they could identify that in their application. We can certainly give them some extra time to complete that. If Councillor Wood, since you have the principal's contact information, perhaps you could email that to me and I can send him the application form. And we could give them perhaps until the end of next week to get something in, and that would still allow us to get the report done for council for the March meeting.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, can I say something here?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Woods.
When it came to the $10,000 request, this was not the school that was asking for this. This was me asking for this to go to the school. So it's not the school board asking for anything, or like they had no idea that I was going to ask this or the value. And when I did talk to the principal afterwards, he kind of gasped a little bit. He said, wow, I can't believe you do that. That would go a heck of a long way to help our kids, even if it came to, upgrading equipment that they use. And, not just, the snowshoes and stuff that I had mentioned, or kids' opportunities to go to wherever, right? Tablets, laptops, right? Those things, they go out of date, right? They have got to upgrade them. And all I'm saying is, and I'll put it to you like this. In our last election, we got a great big stack of papers to tell us about how many people there were on the voters list. There was 3,600 and change. I'm asking for the price of a large cup of coffee from Tim Hortons from every potential voter to go to the school kids around here. And I'm kind of shaking my head a little bit because I'm hearing, in my opinion, and I hope no one takes this the wrong way, I'm hearing excuses as to why we don't want to give money to the school.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't read that way, Counselor Woods. I think people were just saying, they should put an application in and, my position is rather than give them a number to meet, that we ask them what they need and let them put it in. Maybe it's 12 grand they need, maybe it's 7 grand they need, but they should put an application in, I think, under our donation policy. And again, I'm supportive of the school. There's a long history here through, the bottle shed and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, yeah, I'm supportive of it. I just think they, like other people, should put an application in, right? So, and I think they can do that.
And through you,
That-
Mr.
And at the
Chair,
last meeting, when I brought it up, and I had spoken to our deputy clerk after the meeting in the office, okay? But if everybody felt that way during the last meeting, then somebody should have said that, and I would have went to the principal and had that discussion with him. But now we're leaving it to this, where it's a bit of an argument over the price of a cup of coffee.
and through you, Mr. Mayor, I think Councillor Woods, I'm in 100% support of the $10,000. You and I had talked about it. I also get the impression that there's a number that are kind of saying, oh, well, maybe we'll do this and let's see. When we give money for an award or a scholarship, there's no application fee that comes with that because council has decided to do something. What Councillor Woods is saying, that he wanted this to be a council initiative, right? Do we have people for the road grant every year saying, oh, we have to write in for a grant for that? No, it was a council initiative to give money to private roads. Certainly, we can give money to a school and work it through a different way than donations, like for a charity in Perry Sound or whatever it might be. To me, this is at the heart of our community. We talked earlier today about how we want to keep the tax rate low because people are struggling in the cost of groceries. Council Woods has a great idea, goes out and speaks to the principal and talks to the point of what could we do for you? We know that he said about the car box derby, about field trip costs for busing that isn't included. Talked about playing equipment. It's already been said what they need. They're willing to take anything from us as a community. They don't want to put a number because they don't want to feel that they're asking for a handout. This is something that was more of an initiative to say, we're glad you're here. We're glad there's young families here. Here's some money to help those young families, just like we do for a bursary or the Student of the Year award. So I personally don't think we need to ask them. I think what we need to do is ascertain maybe what can the funds be used for, and that will depend on the amount we give them. As Councillor Wood said so elegantly, it's a small cup of coffee. Like, we give, and again, I'll bring it up, and Mr. Mayor, I know you and I don't see the same side of it, but we're giving $10,000 to IceCap to tell us what we might want to do on how to save money on windows when they haven't even brought a report back yet. And sure, we only told them in September or whenever it was, give us a report. Here we are in February, 5 months later, with no report. And like, I'm blown away how we throw money in the air for some things that do nothing, and how we want to make it so hard for others to get something that would be so valued and so welcomed for any school family in our community. And I think you'd have 99.99% of the population saying that's great that you're giving to the local school in a very small community. So I stand behind Councillor Woods on this one.
Okay, thank you. At the end of the day, what we require, though, and for all of the other donations that we make, we know what the money is used for. So we need to figure out what it's going to be used for. That's really it is tax dollars, right? So if you think about all the other things that we support, there's documentation on what it was used for. That's all. That's all we're trying to find out. There may be an easier process than the application for it. I don't know, but I think we have to take this offline. We're going to solve it today. We do need to put some money in the budget. Can we agree to put the $20,000 to increase the budget by $10,000? That's the question.
Yes, we can.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
So let's
All right.
move.
So I think, Jessica, you have what you need for now. We'll get to work on figuring out how they might use it. How the school might use it.
Okay, where are we going here?
I just wanted to show that I'll keep track of that change, and with that increase in $10,000 to donations, the increase has gone to 3.05%. So it's not a huge impact to the bottom line.
Thank you.
And through you, Jessica, if I believe we're trying to kind of go through the items as you go through them here. I'm now understanding that. I'm going to go back up 3 items to legal expenses, if you don't mind, Jessica. And I see here that we're dropping the number down to, or we're doing legal expenses kind of in line with what we came in last year. The only thing I'd say to that is, I think with a couple litigations that I don't want to mention publicly right now that we know are going on, that I don't, and in addition to that, our official plan and our zoning bylaw, which aren't ongoing legal cases, I'll call it, which I think we're going to have to get some legal for our official plan or legal for our zoning bylaws over and above what our planners might do. I personally don't think that 75 is enough. But I know we probably aren't going to change it. I just wanted to say that publicly, that I don't think we have enough of a placeholder there for some of the expenses that I would presume will be coming in sometime during this current calendar year. And I think that number should be more like about 100,000. But that's my take. I'll leave it up to what the majority of council feel for that number. Mine would be to increase it by 25,000. Thank you.
I think personally that we're okay with 75,000. I hear what you're saying. I think we'll be okay. And don't forget, there's going to be things that are under budget, and there's going to be some stuff that might be a little over budget, but
it looks like we hit the budget by very close, $9.51. Am I reading that wrong? The 2025 budget.
Yeah.
Through your worship, yes, that's correct. The CAO had estimated this, and I think just considering what was spent in 2024 and 2025, and the budget has always remained at 75,000, that the thought was that would be sufficient.
Well, I agree with Councillor. I mean, I'm not, if we knew that there were a bunch more things coming that are not already in the works and whatever, then maybe we would justify increasing it. But I think if we end up having to spend more, we spend more, and if we end up spending less, then there's money left over at the end of the year in that budget.
Where are we?
Not the easiest thing to predict. Anything else on that list of things?
No, we've gone through the major changes in
Yeah.
the administration area. So unless anyone has questions on any other specific accounts, I think we've covered this one.
Okay, let's move on to the next one.
Okay, next is building
Building.
services. So the major change here is that it's now a net levy requirement of 0, which just means that we're balancing our revenues with our expenses, which we are required to do under the Building Act. So to balance that, what we have budgeted is a transfer from the building reserve. That balance is a little bit higher than $50,000, so we do have sufficient funding there. You'll also see that in 2025, we do have a bit of a deficit, so we might need to transfer a small amount from the reserve to cover off our 2025. That's in contrast to what you saw in 2024, where our revenues exceeded what our expenses were. That's because the building permit activity was higher in that year than what we saw in 2025 and what we project to see in 2026. So in terms of individual account changes, the major driver is an increase in the wages and benefits for the position, just based on the approved QP salary grid and anticipated benefit increases. Supplies are going up as a one-time increase of $2,500. So next year, this would for 2027, it would be reduced back down to $2,500. So that temporary increase is just to accommodate some larger items that the chief building official needs for his office, which includes a new computer and chair, which are quite old. Memberships are just going up slightly based on some minor increases to the membership rates. And then the other major change is that insurance and maintenance have been separated out into their own accounts. They previously were budgeted together under this account, but I thought for transparency, it made sense to split that out, and it just makes it easier to budget as well. So the insurance is based on, as I previously noted, a 3% increase for the next renewal, which is just a conservative estimate, and then $2,500 for maintenance on the vehicle based on year-to-date actuals and what we expect for next year. Mileage is just going up slightly as a one-time increase based on where the conference is located, where the CBO will be traveling to, and that I think it's in Ottawa, I believe. So we've just included a small buffer for that. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, through you, Jessica, I have a couple. I'll start where you left off, the mileage. Why would there be any mileage if the building official is going on a trip to Ottawa? Why wouldn't he take the municipality vehicle there?
I guess the past practice has been that he takes his personal vehicle and that we save the wear and tear on on his work vehicle.
Yeah. So I might ask staff just to look at that. And to me, if you're going for an official business and you have a vehicle, you might as well take it. That's my thought. But under the account 720, the licenses and permits, would that include any fines that are issued by the building inspector? Like building without a permit, those types of things? Would that all be engulfed
Yes.
under? Okay.
Yeah, anything that's included in the user fee schedule for building is included in that amount.
Okay. And my last question is simply, our one-person staff building department benefits and wages is going up by almost $16,000 this year?
Thank you for your question. I just want to note that benefits were not increased in the 2025 budget for any areas. So you will see some higher than normal increases for that portion. In other areas, the salaries and benefits are split out, but for confidentiality purposes, it's combined within the building services area because there's only one employee. So most of that increase has to do with accounting for the benefit increase that happened in 2025 that was not accounted for.
And silly question, but if it wasn't accounted for in 2025, why wouldn't we account for it now and put it into 2025 actuals? If it hasn't been finalized, the books for 2025, Jessica.
It is included in 2025 actuals, Councillor Nash. That's why your 2025 actuals exceed what was budgeted.
Okay, I get it. All right. Thank you very much, Jessica. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Through you, Mr.
Anything
Mayor.
else under building?
Yeah, just quickly. Explain to me this transfer from building reserve 796 it's new or we hadn't been accounted for before. What exactly is that? Is that because they can't make a profit or something? And so explain that a little bit to me.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Councillor Lamb, through your worship. Yes, that's what I had explained when we had looked at the 2024 surplus, and there was that portion that should have been put to the building reserve. So yes, essentially you cannot produce a profit off of building services. I would say that this wasn't budgeted properly in the past. We did account for it correctly in 2024. These actuals just haven't been updated, but you can see here that for in 2024 budget, for example, 150,000 approximately in revenues was budgeted, but only 141,000 in expenses. You end up having a surplus, which then draws down the levy requirement, which is not allowed under the Building Act.
I
So,
see. Okay.
and then the same thing happened in 2025. So this is just a correction. And again, it was accounted for properly. It just wasn't budgeted for properly. And then thankfully we had surpluses in other areas that made up for that. So it didn't have an impact. But yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. So basically it goes in, but it then comes off the budget, right? I mean, it's not
Yes.
some special fund that has to go to a vehicle or something, right? It's
No, yeah, and it's going to fluctuate year from year, and because building permit revenue is also hard to estimate,
Yeah.
because you don't know exactly what people are planning to do with their properties. So some years your revenues may exceed your expenses, other years your expenses may exceed your revenues. So you just budget a transfer to or from the reserve to get that net levy requirement to zero, because it should not be impacting your levy requirement. It is a possibility that our revenues could come in higher than what we've budgeted and we wouldn't require a transfer of that amount. So that's something that we will analyze at year end, and we'll report to council what the updated reserve balances are. But we're in a healthy position with that reserve. So I don't foresee any issues there. And that reserve balance is just going to fluctuate year to year depending on essentially what building permit activity is happening.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else on this one? Next slide.
Okay, next is bylaw, and I will let Nigel speak to this one because he had prepared the estimates and I just have to run to the washroom.
Does anybody else need a break, or I forget when we said we were going to take breaks, but
We did say we were
No.
going to have a break at 3 o'clock, Your Worship. So if you wanted to have it now, you certainly could. Maybe until 3.
okay, how does
Or
that
you
work
can
for
wait.
people?
I'm good
What's
with
that?
that.
Okay, let's take a break for 10 minutes then, if you don't mind, and
Okay.
are we still waiting for Jessica to return? No?
Yes, we are. She'll just be a second or two. In the meantime, I can discuss.
Oh, that's right.
bylaw. Yeah.
We're going to discuss this. I don't know what page it is, but it's the bylaw section of the proposed operating budget. So go ahead, Mr.
Okay,
CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, it shouldn't be a long conversation because it's only 3 budget lines. The first 2 of which we didn't have any actual expenses in 2025, but we are maintaining a small budget there for 2026. And then the main expense is our bylaw enforcement contract. You'll recall in 2025 that was that started with our former contractor for a month or 2, and then there was several months where we had no coverage, and then we had a new contractor start, I believe, in May. So that's why the actuals are a little bit off on 2025. But based on a full year of the new contractor at the estimated similar level of hours that we're experiencing, we're estimating that to be about 30,000. So it's no budget impact, but it is a little bit more than the actual for 2025.
So looks like no one is claiming wildlife compensation, eh?
I can honestly say I don't, that's not something I'm aware of. I don't know what that is, to be honest with you. I haven't, it's not
That's
something I've had to deal with yet.
what that is people like Ellie Emlaw loses a sheep, right?
To
I
a
think
wolf
that's
or
what it
something.
is. And then she
Okay, well, it's certainly not, it's certainly nothing that has come up since I've been here, in my tenure. So I guess, it hasn't happened this year in 2025.
yeah.
Through you,
Well,
Mr. Mayor. Oh, go on.
Go
sorry.
ahead.
I was just gonna ask Nigel for the bylaw officer, for the new bylaw officer and the old bylaw officer. I think this is something I asked last year, and I think it was going to be looked into. It might have been before your time. But for them as their subcontractors, I'll call it, do we issue them T5s, not T4s, but T5s?
That is I would have to look into that, Councillor Nash. I'm not certain. I don't think it's something that I remember from the past, but the treasurer's back online now. She might be able to address it.
Yeah, she can answer. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you through your worship. Yes, we started issuing T4As for the 2024 year.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sorry, Jessica, that it wasn't a T5. Sorry,
Yeah.
that's investment stuff. Sorry, T4A. Yes, sorry. Thank you, Jessica. That's great news to hear that we are doing that now. So perfect. Thank you, Jessica.
Okay, is there
For you,
anything else
Mr.
on
Mayor, what's the one, Jessica, that we got for I think the first time last year for expenses out of your home? And is that the T4A that you're talking about? No.
No, that's
T2200.
yeah, exactly.
What
Mayor
is
Palmer
it?
got it right. It's T2200 for work from home expenses. So it just states that that is a requirement of your position so that you can claim those expenses.
So do you just automatically do that, or we have to put in an application or something?
I was going to confirm with council who wanted to receive it, and I was going to issue those along with your T4s, which will be
Perfect.
done by
I
the end
want
of
one.
February.
I
Okay.
want one.
Okay, I will send an email out just to confirm with everybody.
Okay, so back on bylaw, I'm all for trying to solve situations, and I think um, that our bylaw officer does a great job. And I think we're all very pleased with the work she's done over the last 6 or 8 months. It is disturbing, I'm sure, to council that, we had sensitivities when you go out to Wawashkesh, for instance, and people without handicap stickers are parking in there and they get a warning. Then they're there 2 weeks later and whatever, and we have no ability other than to call, I guess, the OPP and say, come out and you ticket them. Or quite frankly, we make a rule to say you can have your trailer attached to your vehicle for 2 weeks, but you can't just park a trailer at Indian Narrows or whatever and leave it there, right? And we have no ability to ticket them. Like it's like Seguin, Perry Sound, McDougall, all these other places. They can't ticket people. It seems to me that we're writing bylaws that are very, very difficult to enforce, which puts added pressure of solve the situation, right? Get the dog to stop barking versus trying to find them. But I mean, it's frustrating to me because we've talked about, or I've talked, I'm sure other counselors have talked about this for years. And we were always led to believe, not necessarily by Nigel or the new group over the last year, that it was coming. We were getting it, right? So I don't know. I'm confused, right? What do we have to do to be able to issue tickets? Is there nothing?
Yeah. Not sure what we got on the screen there, but through you, Your Worship. I mean, we're working on. There's a few different balls in the air with respect to that, I guess. One is having access to the MTO information for running people's plates and getting their information which will enable us to write tickets. The bylaw enforcement and officer and the deputy clerk are working on that right now. I understand that there was some work that went on in that regard in the past, but it lapsed somewhere along the line. So we've restarted that process. I think another point that you made is the bylaws themselves. Some have the ability for fines, and some don't. Essentially, they require you to take them to through a court process. So, um, again, those bylaws predate the administration that's here, and maybe some of you as members. So, it is something that we're going to have to look at if we want to ease the process in terms of being able to write tickets. I think then we're going to have to review some of those bylaws. Councillor Nash and Councillor Woods have also brought up the fact that we should have a better process in terms of standard operating procedure or process. So that's another ball that we're working on with respect to bylaw enforcement. So between the three of those things, I think we will make some progress. And I think the main thing is that, like you said at the start, Councillor Lamb, is that the bylaw enforcement officer is making a lot of progress when it comes to educating and solving problems without writing tickets. But of course, we do want to be able to write the tickets as well.
Thank you very much.
And through you.
And I think I should also add that her methodology when it comes to solving those problems, I think she took some new direction towards the end of last season that she'll be implementing this year in terms of not giving warnings so much, but actually ticketing and towing people, which is the direction that council gave her.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councillor Woods.
through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Yeah, like a prime example of this would be on Shawanaga Lake Road last weekend, right? We had complaints about people parked, they're blocking access, people can't get up and down. And, our bylaw officer should have been out and would have been able to at least write a ticket and put it on someone's car.
And through you, Mr. Mayor.
That's a private road where that particular offense that you're referring to is taking place.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it was happening on the public part of Shawanaga Lake Road.
It was.
Not the private part of the road. Yeah, pretty sure. I spoke to, I think, 4 or 5 different individuals on it. It was near Granite Lane. I know that's still part of the municipal road. But I think the problem is, and I had actually a great discussion. It's a good example that Councillor Woods brought up there, but there was cars blocking the road that other cars couldn't get past. But some of the issue, it's not so much for budget here, but I think it plays into it, is making sure the bylaw officer can get out to respond to the calls. And I was amazed, and I think staff was amazed too. I went back and looked at the some of the parts of our bylaw, and right now we only expect our bylaw officer to go out if a dog barks or somebody phones about a dog. That has to be addressed right away. If somebody phones about somebody parking in a handicap spot, or somebody blocking a road, or somebody having, I'll use a fire or excess noise, anything else, it's please look at this within 24 hours. But only a dog is supposed to be dealt with quickly. So if somebody phones about somebody having excessive loud noise at 10 o'clock at night, it's not until 10 o'clock that next night that we expect our bylaw officer will have started to look into that, which I think we should relook at that, because that perfect example that Councillor Woods brought up that just happened right at Granite Lane last weekend is an example of, that's a safety issue. If a fire truck can't get by, or other emergency vehicles, somebody can't get out of their residence. But we aren't expecting our bylaw officer to look at that until 24 hours later, which I think kind of defeats the purpose of the bylaw officer, be it for people, so often when people are renting, we hear about, the noise complaint. So I think maybe that's something we can take offline and look at further, and hopefully staff can come back with an updated approach to that aspect of it. And I do think our bylaw officer did take a little bit different direction towards the end of the year, and hopefully we'll see that come through with people listening to our rules a little bit more, knowing there might be more consequences. Thank you.
Okay, are we done with bylaw?
Yep.
Let's go to the next one. Cemeteries.
I can present this one. I did work with Ron Whitmell from the cemetery board on this. So as I previously mentioned, we've now included $4,000 in cemetery fee revenue. That is something that we were receiving. It just wasn't accounted for in a transparent way. It's also why you'll notice that your 2024 actuals are much lower than budget. That's because that revenue that came in was applied as a credit to these expense accounts to offset the expense of the municipality. So just kind of a confusing way of doing things. 2025 hasn't been reconciled yet, but we will account for the revenues within this account so that it is fully transparent. Staking fees, Ron has proposed a $1,000 increase for that, which is not substantive and in line with what happened in 2025. Cemetery memberships are going up slightly. That's for our BAO membership and our there's another cemetery association that we are members of. Travel expenses, I'm sorry that there was an error and the change wasn't included in this cost column, but it has gone up $600. That travel expense is for picking up monuments, I believe in Huntsville. And cemetery software is just a slight increase based on the fees for, I forget the software that they use, apologies. And then the major increase is the reduction in grass cutting. So as I mentioned in my opening address, we're now going to be doing that in-house. So you'll see some small increases in the public works budget to account for some increased mower expenses for accommodating that change. And then materials, there's just been a slight adjustment to the materials for Fairholme and Maple Island based on actuals. So there is quite a reduction in the bottom line for cemeteries, but that's driven from removal of the grass cutting being contracted out and the addition of the revenue that wasn't accounted for transparently before.
Onward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next is council. So the main increase here is really that road grant program, which we're going to move into admin. So the overall increase to council's budget will be very, very minimal. Fees have gone up just to account for the cost of living adjustment to the mayor and council salaries. So that was 2.2% for 2026. Travel has been adjusted downward slightly based on 2025 actuals, and miscellaneous expenses has also been adjusted downward as well. And then there was a small change to insurance. That is for your out of province coverage. And the council health benefit, last year council had improved increasing the healthcare spending account for council members. So this budget is for each council member and the mayor using that full allotment. That may come in under budget. And in that case, that's just a surplus.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, can I talk to the road grant? Or are you finished, Jessica? Sorry.
Yes. Go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, the road grant should not be in here. You can put it under roads as far as I'm concerned.
That's where I think it should be.
Yeah, that's where it should be. But anyway, having said that,
I'm just noting that change.
Okay, if you go back, I remember saying last year, because we added 3 roads that were like Shawanaga Lake and Clear Lake and whatever, for their snow removal, right? And every year, more roads come into this. I think, but anyway, I'm surprised that we budgeted 100,000. Last year it was 92, and it came in at 113.5. That's a significant increase. So, and then this year we're budgeting 113. Are we expecting, and you said that you applied a 3% increase, I think, to the X and Y factor. So are you expecting it to come in at 113 again?
Yes, thank you for your question, Councillor Lamb. Yes, that is what is expected. Please remember that in 2025, we did have to pay out some of the 2024 grants because they hadn't been processed by prior staff. So,
Ah,
and because
okay.
2024 the year had already closed, and we couldn't apply those costs to 2024, they had to be applied to 2025. So what I did is looked at who was successful in obtaining
Yeah.
a grant. And then increase the X and Y factors by 3% for all of those roads.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, so
that explains it. And
yes, and it may come in a little bit higher if there are more applicants because we didn't receive an application for every single road, but we never do.
no.
There is always a variance there. So I do expect 113,000 should be sufficient, and if there is an overrun, it would be very minor.
Okay. Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Mayor,
Mhm.
Jessica, since we're on the road grant item, I'll start with that one. First of all, I wanted to personally thank you. I know we've had discussions about the road grant just in general and the applications you're receiving. And I just wanted to thank you because I know how many emails you get and how much of a time this takes you. And I think it might be underappreciated how much admin time goes into administering this program. It's not a simple task. So I appreciate the time and effort that you do put into it. I'm sure all of council does. With that said, I know last year we went from 92,000 to 113. Like you said, that was partly because there was some applications that had not been processed by previous staff, but I also think it's because we changed the definition of the X and Y, but also the definition of vacant lots or who can apply, who's eligible on roads. So the number came in similar to what I would have thought it would have. But with that being said, I know every year we add to this number, like when I'm going to say if we went back to 2022, I'm guessing our budget was maybe about 80,000 or so. And now we're up to 115,000. And like I said before, unless we took out a job out of capital, we were actually going to be investing more money to the road grant than to our own roads. And I do think it's an important program. I do think some people count on the program. But at the same time, I think sometimes it might be okay to freeze the value of it. If we're using the same number as 2025 actuals, knowing there was a few other things in there, I was going to suggest maybe we don't need to add the 3% to it. But because we're keeping in what we had very close to actuals, I won't do that. But I do think we as council just need to be cognizant of this number creeping up. And at 113,000, we're approaching 60% of our $200,000 budget for gravel for the whole entire municipality. So I think it's just something we really need to be cognizant of going forward on how much it increases and maybe capping it or keeping it level for a few years going forward. And then just the last question I had in this section, it really is for 2025, but under council insurance, I see that it shows no actual. Could you explain that? Like, would you know the answer to that, or do you have to bring that back?
No, thank you for your question, Councillor Nash. I can answer that for you. There's just some year-end adjustment entries that have to be done, and I've been focused on the budget, and I'll be diving into 2025 year-end once we've passed the budget and getting those numbers updated. But I did look at how the insurance needs to be allocated for the 2025 year. It's just a matter of getting the entry into the financial system.
Okay, thank you, Jessica.
You're welcome.
I was just going to ask you, I think you mentioned Jessica, that you adjusted the X and Y values by 3%. And we've been doing that for a number of years, which is independent of the other things that we did. Like last year it was really a restructuring of the program. So it made it possible for existing roads that had applied for years to get more money than they would have before because of counting vacant lots and such things. So fair enough. But I guess my question is, what's the rationale for 3%? Is that what the cost of living increase between last year and this year was, or what's?
Thank you for your question, Mayor Comrie. The reason behind that is because that's what the budget was going up overall so that's what we did in 2025. So I followed the same logic for 2026.
But if there's a difference between changing X and Y and changing the amount of the budget itself. The budget, we could say, forget it. We have no way of determining how much it's actually going to be. So we'll put it in 125,000 or something just to be arbitrary. Or we'll put it in 100,000 and let it go over to whatever it is. The X and Y is you multiply by those factors. It's a number that you multiply for each of the two factors to come up with the thing. And you're saying that last year, if you got, let's say the road, it paid so many dollars a kilometer. Now this year, let's say it paid $1 a kilometer for the road, or $100 a kilometer. This year, it's going to get $103 a kilometer for the road, for the length of the road. The X is the length of the road. The Y is the number of people that are served by the road in loose terminology, right?
Yes.
So why would we change? I can understand why we might increase the budget because we think more people are going to apply or because we changed the rules or whatever. But are we trying to give them a built-in cost of living increase? If we're not, then why wouldn't we leave the X and Y numbers the same as they were last year?
Thank you for your question. That was just always the practice. So I'm just following past practice from prior years. So those X and Y factors were always increased annually in line to what the overall budget was increasing. So in 2025, the budget went up slightly over 3%, and that's what we adjusted the X and Y factors by. So we can certainly change the policy so that those X and Y factors increase based on CPI or they don't change. That's subject to council approval.
And Mr. Mayor, through you, why don't we make it 2%, which is the CPI, right? And I think council's salaries went up 2.2. Isn't that what I heard, Jessica?
Yes, that's correct.
So inflationary things, I guess it really comes down to, is Mike still on the line?
No, he doesn't appear to be.
Okay, well, that's okay. I guess it really comes down to, the cost of gravel, the cost of culverts, the cost of those sorts of things. But anyway.
Mike's still here.
Oh,
Mike's still
sorry,
here.
Mike.
So what's gravel and culverts and all those sorts of things? Are they 2% more this year than last year, or more than that?
2 would cover some of the things, but like culverts is still up in the air because of the tariffs and stuff.
Okay. Well, I suggest we make that 2%, and I'd still leave it at I'd still increase the formula, but I'd still leave it at 113,000 or 110 or whatever. So, because there's always another road or two that finds out about it, and then comes in new. But anyway, I'd suggest we go down to 2 instead of 3. And I could talk to the program itself, but I've talked in the past many times on it, so my opinion hasn't changed. So, anyway, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think you were, Mr. Mayor, trying to say something similar to myself as the X and Y factor, and why are we increasing it? I look at this and say, we're increasing our overall budget by 3.05% the last time we talked about it, when we take into account the school board, but OPP went up by, I think, emergency services 10%. I'd look at this and say, I think many people in our community would feel if they got the same amount that they got last year, which would probably keep paperwork more to a minimum for staff as well, that maybe we can keep it at bay at the same X and Y factors as last year. Don't change your budget numbers. Keep the 113,000 there, but keep the X and Y factor at the same amount as last year, at least for this next year, and see where it comes in at. And I'd be supportive of that. I know Councillor Lamb, you're suggesting to go from 3 to 2, but I'd suggest to keep it status quo if we can, and not increase it, and those funds can be used somewhere else in our budget for our own roads. Thank you.
Okay, obviously through you.
I'm going to ask if others have comments on this, but Jessica, did you have your hand up or no?
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to comment to Councillor Lamb because he had proposed an increase of 2% to the X and Y factors. But then he did mention that he would suggest leaving the budget the same. But if we did reduce the budget estimate based on only a 2% increase to the X and Y factors, accounting for the same roads getting the grant, we could reduce that budget by 2,500. But it might be a good idea to leave a bit of a buffer in case additional roads apply that didn't in 2025.
Okay, so other councillors comment on whether the X and Y factors should change or not. I was just trying to understand why it was, what the rationale was for it changing. It's not, I'm not grinding an axe one way or the other, but what do others think about this that haven't spoken? Councillor Bray?
Yeah, I have a little bit of concern about the amount creeping up, along with Councillor Nash. And I wonder too about the increase just being automatic. I can see where we might have new roads and we might have some increase that way, but I think that that we have to be very careful about how this has gone up. When you say 2024, we budgeted 89 and now we're budgeting 113. That's a fair amount. That's a fair increase. And I do know that more people are taking advantage of it. I guess the other thing is that either leave the X and Y as is from 2025, or if you want the 2%, but then after this year, then I think it would be prudent to be telling people there won't be any, that we may not increase it. I think that's already in the literature, but we've always done it. So, until they know that there's no increase, it may cause a difficulty with some groups.
Well, it's at the discretion of council each year, Councillor Bray. It says it in the policy.
Yes, I understand. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I understand that, Councillor Lamb. But the past practice is always for it to increase and it to be automatic. So I just, if people are depending on it for their roads specifically, I think we should be letting them know that possibly we're getting to capacity for that program.
Well, through you, I guess through you, I'm going around in circle here. If council doesn't want it to go up, I guess they don't want it to go up. I disagree. Basically, it's giving them back their own tax dollars, right? The economic benefit in terms of spending in the community, because most of this work is done locally by contractors and that sort of thing. And a lot of people I hear, which is 80% of our people are seasonal, a lot I hear is, what do I get for my money? I get a landfill site and I get a road grant, right? And They get more than that, but that's their attitude, and so I'm supportive of it going up, but I will obviously defer to the majority of council. I think it's short-sighted. Materials cost more, and the roads cost more. So anyway, I'll defer to whatever council wants.
Councillor Woods, you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I know the value of the road grant program because I talk to a heck of a lot of people that use it. And I can see the rationale for both if you want, right? I can understand because we're 2% or 2 point whatever percent cost of living increase and we're going to raise them. But I can also I understand what Councillor Bray and what Councillor Nash are saying is it's slowly it creeps up. It is tax money that we take off them and give back to them, and it does have some economic development advantages in the community. But there, to me, I know that I know of a few roads where the only money that is ever spent is what the road grant gives, and I was not aware of that even before I was on council. I thought people put X amount of dollars in to try and build their roads to get it up to a standard to make us take them over one day. And then they get the road grant, which is, money that they put in that knocks off the bill that they've put in order to build their roads, right? I think it will come at a point. I don't know if, right now is the point where we freeze how much money is going to be in that fund. And it would be depending on how much of a reserve, or not a reserve, how much extra monies basically we have at the end of the year, right? But it is a really good program. I'm okay with we can leave it where it is now. But it's definitely something that we'll have to continue keeping an eye on, in my opinion.
What do you mean by
Okay, yeah,
leaving it where it is? Like what's in the budget, or?
Yeah, well, I'm seeing 113 is the request, right? Leave it at the 113 then. That's what we want to do. If you wanted to, I think Jessica said you could take 2,500 out, but it might not be a great idea.
Okay, so it's 2-2. What do you think, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I'm not arguing about the 113. I bet you will exceed that 113 just with new roads and the fact that everybody is now on the new the protocol change. Remember that's
Jessica, how much of this 113?
But anyway,
Sorry.
that's and I don't. I mean, we went through a long process with that, and I'm not trying to revisit it. I'm okay with it. I don't have. I mean, I guess if you look at it this way, the taxes go up by the cost of living. So if we're raising it something close to the cost of living, I should ask Jessica. I don't remember seeing what it was from our October to October from the last time around. What was that increase?
Through your worship, it was 2.2%. Based on the October CPI increase, and that's what we used for salary adjustments.
Yeah. So I mean, that's reasonable. There's a rationale for that. That's what I was looking for more. But I mean, I'm okay with 2% or 2.2% or whatever. It's not that I was saying you should zero it out, but they have no increase. I mean, but.
Okay, it seems to me that it's 3-2. Let's move on. It's a 2% increase.
Yeah. No, strictly speaking, we wouldn't need to talk about this today. We just need a budget number. But when the budget gets put through council, there is a separate little motion in that budget meeting that is to set the X and Y factors, because we made that a protocol requirement, so that because in the past there was uncertainty about what whether the X and Y was going up or the total budget was going up, or both were going up. And so just to get clarity so that staff would know what to punch into the calculator to calculate somebody's road grant. Anyway,
Through you, Mr.
Gonna end
Mayor.
up- We're going to
looks-
end up having meetings on Wednesday and Thursday if we don't move
Yeah.
on.
And I was just gonna say, it looks like when that does come back, we already know that it will be that 2% increase, and
Yeah.
that'll save staff some time. So
yeah,
perfect.
okay, yeah.
Okay,
Hopefully we
let's-
won't have to revisit it. That's my hope. All right, next slide.
So I
we're
just
done with
wanted,
this one?
sorry, through
Sorry.
your worship, I just want to clarify what the decision is. Is it 2 or 2.2%? Like, are we basing it on
2%.
CPI? 2%?
2%'s fine.
But we're leaving the budget the same.
Yes.
I'm okay with that. Councillor Lamb's obviously okay with it. I don't know.
I'm okay. And
If
Councillor Woods
everybody
said
else
he-
is okay, that's what
Yeah,
we'll do.
I'm okay with that.
Thank
I'm
you.
good with that.
Okay, let's move on. Environmental initiatives.
Okay, environmental initiatives, the only increase here is an increase from the Whitestone Environmental Stewardship Committee. Just give me one moment. I had outlined that in the report, what was driving that. So that funding is intended to support initiatives such as invasive species signage, waste and recycling receptacles at municipal boat launches, improvements to the walking trail, pollinator projects, and other related environmental initiatives.
And if you'd like, Jessica, I can speak to this a little bit.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, just first of all, we have tried to apply the stewardship committee for a small, really a micro grant to continue with the signages that I think overall were taken well by the public on the invasive species and the tools. So we're hoping to get, I think we've applied for a $3,000 grant for that. So if we do get that grant, we probably wouldn't need all of these funds. But what we're hoping as a committee to be able to do come the end of the year is do some work on the Nesbitt and or Whitestone Trail. Over the course of a couple of years, is do them both, but that's where a large amount of the funding would be from. Besides that, we might be doing another pollinator garden. If we don't get the grant, there'd be some money that goes towards a few more signages. We talked, if you recall, last year about the garbage cans they're just waiting to be installed in the spring at 2 of the launches. But wherever a sign goes, trying to have that receptacle there, working with the works department. But the big expense is just trying to get better signage, better directional symbols, we'll call it, and some work done on the trails, which have really fallen into disrepair. People have gotten lost. So that's why we really need the signages out on the trail system. So that's what we're asking for. So hopefully, if anybody has other questions, you can ask us.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm supportive of the extra money. Is there anything going to be done in terms of? I'm not for a mandatory septic inspection, but obviously we've got algae and people got all upset, in the fall or the summer because there was some toxic stuff. Is there anything in there in terms of, we have these pucks that people can test their septic, or there's other initiatives we could support someone who voluntarily gets a inspection of their septic system, give them $100 or something towards the cost, or any type of initiative to support voluntary septic? Is that the appropriate area, and is there anything in there?
So through you, Councillor Lamb. So under the Environmental Stewardship Committee, in the past, we've given out brochures on septic inspections, and actually, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, we gave out the dye, the pucks or the dye that can go into the septic system. But I had, as a separate line item under green initiatives, I know we talk about it in our official plan of putting a placeholder in our budget for voluntary septic inspections. I don't think it's something that the committee would want to be in charge of, in the sense of, I think it would be kind of stepping over the committee's boundaries, but I do fully support what you're saying. I think it's a very important initiative. I just think it should be a separate line item And I had spoken to North Bay Mattawa about voluntary septic inspections. And what they've said is we can use them to do something like that, but they need a letter of undertaking from the municipality. And basically I'll call it's like a donation. If we were to give North Bay Mattawa X amount of dollars, say it was $7,500 this year, that would allow them to do X number of inspections for us as a municipality. So that's something we'd have to work out. I'd have no problem helping staff on it, but I don't think it's something you'd want the environmental stewardship committee in charge of. I think it would really be something we'd need the municipality to be in charge of, because any data that would be received from it would need to be kept by the municipality, and that could really help start our data, the collecting of that information, and we could find out over 5 years, hey, out of the 100 voluntary ones, 1% of them needed to be replaced, or 100%. But I think it's just a separate line item in here. I'm really glad you brought it up, but I just don't think the environmental stewardship is the right spot. And I'll throw out a number that I think we should leave at least 5,000 or 7,500 in our budget this year for septic re-inspections. We've also put it into our official plan that we support a program like that, right? So.
Yeah, I'm supportive of that. I could just say as an aside, I was looking up and I found a company called LG Sonic, and they have a machine that I'm going to be very rudimentary here. It sucks up all the bad algae. And I've got a telephone call with someone from the United States tomorrow afternoon. I may be barking up the wrong tree because it might be really expensive, but I've got a Teams meeting with LG Sonic tomorrow afternoon to find out what one of these machines might cost. That if we did have a toxic bloom in any of our lakes, we could have it taken care of. But my guess is it's probably way too expensive for us. But that's just as an aside. But anyway, yeah. So whether we put 5,000 in for septic, I'm supportive of that, or just septic initiatives, you could call it, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's pucks or whatever, right?
And just to help along here, Councillor Lamb, I wasn't trying to cut you off there, but from what I understand, in order to get a septic inspection done, if it was somebody like North Bay or an independent contractor, right? Not simply getting your septic system pumped out, but they're coming out to look at your septic tank, right?
Yep.
It can average anywhere from $300 to $400. So, if we want, is it a dozen people a year to try it the first year, 15 people? I think that's where we can get that number from. It would have to be a first come, first serve, but what's that number? Knowing, let's use 400 in inspection. What do we want to try for the first year? And I'm not
Well,
sure
we could certainly support it at say $100 or something, right? Or $150, right?
Yeah.
But that could be determined later. It's just, do we put a place marker in for $5,000 for septic initiatives, I guess.
And I'd be in full support of that, Councillor Lamb.
How about others?
Yeah, I'd be okay with that, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
I would, just through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Speaking to the unit that Councillor Lamb was talking about,
Yeah.
I'm the one that looked that up and found that, and I sent that to everybody. I even posted it on Facebook, and my reason behind it was I thought it was very interesting. And I shared the literature and the links with everybody. And if you would have read through the links, you could have got a lot of really good information about how successful these units work. And there's no chemicals. And from the information that I found, there's no harmful side effects to any other aquatic life. Unfortunately, though, those units are, from what I've gathered, about $60,000 to $70,000 US, which is very expensive. And I asked you, Mr. Mayor, I sent you the links and see if you had time. And I did share it with you because I know that when it comes to the technical side of water quality testing and whatnot, you go a little bit more in depth, which is why I wanted to get your feedback from it. And we just haven't had the opportunity to connect on that again. But that is something that I seen it could have ticked a lot of boxes. Maybe I'm wrong. But it measures different levels in the water quality, and it can recognize when algae blooms are going to happen. And what it does is it is an ultrasonic sound wave that it shoots out basically for about a 500 diameter radius. And it basically pops, from what I gather, and I could be wrong, it pops the air pockets that would carry the algae to the top to promote more growth. But it also does water quality testing and can send us live data. So we would have actual real data on what's going on in our lakes, which is why I thought it was so interesting and wanted to share it with everybody. I don't know if you found out anything, Mr. Mayor, but I do think that this is definitely going to be worthy of a discussion at a council meeting.
Join me on the call
Well, yeah.
this afternoon.
I did check out that particular one that you mentioned, and there are actually a couple of others around. There are some European ones. That the one you're talking about, the LG Sonic, is from the States, but they're and they have slightly, they have different sort of added features, and but they're based on this whole question around what is it that triggers an algae bloom in the first place. And there is this vertical motion through the water column that Councillor Woods was talking about, which they disrupt, and that's how they actually work to prevent it. But there's, as he said, there is some in order to optimize how the device works, because it's programmatically controlled, it needs to have some information about the water column itself. And anyway, this it would be, I'm sure people who are interested in the technology of it would find it very interesting to get a presentation on it or something. But yeah, they're going to be expensive. You can't just sort of put one somewhere in one of our lakes and it's going to prevent algae blooms. You're gonna have to have a number of them in different places. So you have to try and figure out where are the places that are most likely to get it. But I haven't finished. I had some other people I was going to talk to about this just to see what they thought of the ideas of the different technologies that are available and that sort of thing. And I will do that, Councillor Woods. But I was away last week, as you know, so I didn't get it. I dug into it a little bit before I left, and didn't do anything while I was on vacation. But yeah, I think it's interesting for sure. I don't know. We're really talking about, I guess the question was, do we want to talk about septic inspections? And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm a little cynical about septic inspections because about voluntary septic inspections, because the people that need to do them will not do them. And you know why they won't do them. They won't, they're concerned that somebody's going to come and say, you know what, your system is no good and you have to replace it. And by the way, you can't put it where it used to be. So you have to install a pump system or whatever and move it somewhere else. And it's contaminating. And theoretically, they could cause you to lose occupancy of you have to spend a lot of money or lose occupancy of your place. Right. So people who are sure that their system is good are not going to say, sure, yeah, I'll do a voluntary inspection if you want, right? But it's because they're not worried. and what is it? What what's the most important thing? What the pump, if you have a septic system, it's got to be pumped out, and the inspector who pumps it, and the person who pumps it out is supposed to inspect it, and they are required. They don't always do it, I can tell you, but they're required to report to you and to the Ministry of the Environment that the system, if the system is not functioning properly and is polluting, they're required to report it. But maybe a thing to do is like if you said, well, we'll encourage voluntary inspections, maybe that would work for some people. But I'd start by saying to people, by doing a survey of people and saying, when was your system last pumped out?
Well, what we put
because
in,
that in itself is going to tell you, some people are going to say, oh, geez, I don't know. Some people say, well, I only use it 2 months a year. It's, yeah, but that in itself is going to tell you how big a problem you have. And if it's really a big problem, then ultimately we're going to end up having to be the bad guys and say, you know what, there's going to be a mandatory inspection program. And, you can ease it in, like every time the property changes hands, you have to do it or something. But the ones that are, if you do a risk analysis on it, who's likely polluting, it's the ones that never had a permit at all. There's some of those. It's the ones who have never who did get a permit a long time ago and put in a system, but it's never been pumped out in 20 years, 30 years. And you can almost guarantee that the tile field is going to be plugged, right? Because the system that's that old, they didn't put filters in at the outflow of the tank. So anyway, it's I don't know, like I'm in favor of doing things that would draw this to the attention of people, but I don't know. I don't know if like I saying, well, we'll subsidize people to do inspections. I just don't know how do you decide who gets the money? And
well, it was first come, first served. But anyway, we're going into detail that I don't think we put a place marker for 5,000. I don't mind if someone says, if you sell your home and it's more than 25 years old, that we need some sort of septic inspection or whatever. But council can decide that, not today, but at some other times.
Well, okay, but are you suggesting that are you suggesting that we put a $5,000 budget in?
That's what I said.
Figure out how to spend it later in this.
Well, I just said we should put in, and I thought council said they were all in agreement, a $5,000 place marker to say septic initiatives, right? And I thought everyone agreed, so I thought we should move on. But anyway, we're getting into the detail as to what we'll do, and we can certainly put that on an agenda and discuss it at some other time. But today, I don't think is the day to do that. It's 4 o'clock already.
Well, okay, I guess then it goes down to a straw poll. Who wants was it, or where did the 5,000 come from? I don't know.
It came out of my head, and everyone said 10 minutes ago, I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay. So it's done.
All right.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, just when Jessica's updating that, I think just the header for the next item that says ice cap, $3,000. I think that's the membership. I just think next to ice cap, it should just say membership next to it, if that's all right, Jessica.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. I can update that.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so ice cap had 9,100 last year, and they were going to have. Are they coming with with a report as to where we sit or what we should be doing or what's happening with IceCap or
I can, through you, your worship, I can address that a little
Thank
bit
you.
if you
Yeah, I
like.
was going to say, Nigel. Yeah. Go ahead.
As you recall, we did have a slow start to starting working on the work plan last year. So they will be coming back with a report. We don't have it yet.
okay.
Part of what we were able to do with that 92,000, that's not all work plan. Another portion of it was we did have building energy assessments done on our three biggest municipal buildings, so the community center, the public works building, and the office/fire hall. So we do have that report, and we will be coming forward with it very soon. So there's two parts to it, I guess. The part that we did ourselves and the part that we did through IceCap. One of them we have the results, the other we don't yet. We were hoping to bring them back to you at the same time. So I guess at this stage of the game, I think from a budgeting point of view, we're just looking to put in a holder. I realize that council wants to see results out of what was spent last year before they decide whether we spend the $10,000 for 2026. Unfortunately, we weren't able to have that information to you before now, but it will be coming in the next month or so.
But that
So,
10,000 could be used, for instance, for an assessment of the fire hall up in Ardbeg or
yeah,
anything.
it's
So it's not
through
going
your
to
worship.
ice.
It
It's
certainly
not going-
could. We didn't do that facility because I guess its use was still up in the air a little bit. So we focused our efforts on our main buildings here. But yes, you could do that, a similar function for that building, or you could just go ahead and do some of the work if it's obvious, right?
But that 10,000 isn't being spent until it comes to council and we authorize the expenditure, correct?
Correct. And that was my suggestion, that at this point in time, rather than have this debate 3 or 4 times like we did last year, leave it in the budget and have the debate when it's time to decide whether we spend it or not.
Thank you very much.
And Nigel, through you, Mr. Mayor, the energy audits that we got on the 3 buildings, who did those audits?
I'm trying to remember. I apologize, Councillor Nash. I can't remember. We had a guy out of Huntsville do them, and I can't remember his name off the top of my head. I could certainly get that information to you afterwards. I just can't remember. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. It was a company out of Huntsville is good enough for me. I was just curious. And out of I'll use the word actuals from last year. So only a portion of I wasn't aware of the 3 energy audits, which I think was a fantastic idea, by the way, Nigel. But only a portion of I'll say maybe it was half of it, went to IceCap on the report that they're drafting up for us currently for the 2024 calendar year energy efficiencies, I'm guessing, right?
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, that's correct. I'm not sure if it was. I'm not sure on the split whether it was about half, but it would probably be in that neighborhood. Again, I'd have to look back at the invoices to see what the exact dollar amount was.
Okay, perfect. Well, it'll be good to get both of those things done in the next very short order. So that's great. Thank you.
Okay, can we move on to the next one, please?
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, sorry,
Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Gray. Yeah,
Yeah. On top of all of those, to go along with the energy audits, I am still working on a report coming to council sometime on solar projects that could be on any one of those buildings. So I'm just in the process of gathering information, and hopefully we'll have something for you in the coming months.
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, just one question. Janice, thanks for bringing that up about the solar panels, Councillor Bray. As part of that, is there like an engineering component to it to see which building can house solar panels from an engineering standpoint?
At this, through you, Mr. Mayor, at this point, I am dealing with, first of all, just what are the options? And then after we get the options, and some of the options will be that there could be a company that does everything, including that, and then what we would have to do if we did it ourselves. And anyways, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Can we move on?
Through your
External
worship,
levies.
I will walk through the next section, which is external levies. Unfortunately, council cannot make any changes here because these are set by the relevant bodies and we are beholden to them. So the major increase here is for the policing levy. It was an 11% increase over our 2025 actuals. And secondly is the increased levy for the district social services board, which has gone up $19,292. The Perry Sound Area Planning Board, that one has gone from 5,000 to 15,000 for an increase of 10,000. That was what our CAO had suggested based on the planning board discussions and where they anticipated things to end up. And all the other areas are just minor adjustments based on the billing amounts that we received or an estimate that we prepared just based on history for some of the smaller stuff. Is there any questions on these?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Bray, go ahead.
Yes, it's not really a question. It's looking at the Police Services Board. That amount of money was for half a year. I think I brought that forward at the time that it was that amount is for half a year from Carling. So I think that that would have to be increased.
What is that for?
It's for the mandatory police, the OPP police board that we had to move from a community advisory committee to a police board. And we started the process in 2023, did a lot of work in 2024. There was a change in who was doing the administration. And so really the administration of the board started in about July.
Okay, thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, Janice, or Councillor Bray, are you suggesting it should be more like 7,200 for the year then?
Or I would probably suggest maybe 5,000 and we'll see if that is enough. I'm hoping that it will be. That was the original amount that the previous CAO and I had sort of earmarked at the very beginning, but because it was a very slow start, we didn't have that amount. It was just 3,400.
So we would add 1,400 to make it 5,000.
I would suggest.
Good. Move on.
And through
Okay,
you,
sorry, we're not quite done here.
yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I have just a comment on the planning board. I know we talk about external levies, but for the planning board, I think it's important that we know that the planning board can't automatically assign a levy to the municipality. So this is the amount that, based on the reorganization of the planning board, that is being brought forward for Whitestone, it would be $15,000, and for Carling, it would be $13,000.
It's McKellar.
Sorry, Councillor.
McKellar.
For McKellar, it's $13,000 because they'd be taking care of the accounting. So that's what offsets the difference between the two municipalities now. 15 for us, 13 for them. So just so people are aware of that, there is one other thing that I'd like to bring up here. And I had a brief discussion with the CAO on it. And if it's not this year, maybe it's next year. But currently, the municipality writes a check to the planning board. The planning board then reimburses the council members on it a stipend for a fee for attending the meetings. I think similar to the police board or one of the other boards. And I think it's a lot of paperwork between the two municipalities. So what I'd propose is either we do it this year or next year, it would be the $15,000, but you'd also add to that the amount that's paid to the council members on that board as part of that budget item. Instead of us giving money to the planning board giving money back to the municipality then pays the council members, which happens now. It's just a lot of paperwork, which I don't think it needs to be there. So that's my thought on that maybe it's not 15,000, it's 17,500 or whatever, and it takes care of that reimbursement. So anyways, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Well, I could, through you, Mr. Mayor, the budget at the Perry Sound Planning Board is up at the next meeting. We had a discussion at the last meeting. We intend to go on, even though McDougall and Carling have gotten out. And I might say that the 15,000 is a conservative number, because 5,000 of that from both Whitestone and 5,000 from McKellar are to go into reserves, because we don't think that we'll need them, but we're putting them into a reserve. And if we don't need them, then that's money that can not be spent, for instance, next year. So, but this will come back to council at some point to explain kind of what we're doing at the planning board, but we intend to carry on. And, so anyway, yeah, we're still working on it. Thank you.
Well, I thank you. I have a much better suggestion. We could save ourselves this whole thing, and should have done so when we had the opportunity before. But the planning board does not add any value to our planning, and we should face up to that fact and just ask to be removed from it, like the others have, and then that money, that amount would go to zero, because the reality of it is we're paying for another administrative unit, another layer of bureaucracy that we don't need. The applicants are supposed to pay the costs of the applicants for planning decisions, are supposed to pay those costs. And if we did it ourselves, we would recoup our costs and save ourselves the trouble and save ourselves the having to have 2 meetings about every issue and so on. The board is now at the point where it is so far below critical mass that it makes no sense for Whitestone to continue it.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, we can
I don't
go on.
think you need to worry about reserves or anything else. I'm going to bring a motion to a meeting that we withdraw from the board, and that'll solve our
Okay,
problem.
well, that's for another day, George. We don't need to go through the whole thing today. I disagree with you. I think Councillor Nash disagrees with you. And I'm not going to get into the reasons at this point why we think we should go on, but it'll cost us more to bring it in-house than it will through the planning board. So
not true.
So
Anyway,
Anyway, I'm not going to get into it today, George. I've got information that I'm not putting forward today because this isn't the time or place, right?
okay, well,
I know
let's get
how you
on to the
stand
next-
on it.
that-
We'll have to agree to disagree.
I will be opposed to this budget as long as there's money as long as there's an increase like that for the planning board. That's ridiculous.
Perfect.
And
Well,
and
I
just-
think your position is ridiculous too. So let's pend it for another day. Thank you.
Yeah. And just through you, Mr. Mayor, I fully support the planning board, and I would not be in favor, as Councillor Lamb said he thought I would be, of exiting the planning board. I think we'd get ourselves into a whole lot of hot mess if we ever exited it. So that's 2 council members that have already said there's probably no point bringing a motion. I'm sure if one other member speaks up, then you can see that there'd be no point of bringing that motion forward. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, you can bring it forward for debate, I guess. That's fine.
Yeah.
Well,
Let's
Okay.
move on to the next one.
So the next area is facilities. This one looks a little bit different because we've done a further grouping by division. So we've broken out our general facilities, revenues and expenses, and then our expenses for each of our facilities, just for better transparency. So we will start with our general revenues and expenses. So LCBO revenue has been slightly adjusted based on the lease agreement. The miscellaneous revenue for the LCBOs for grass cutting and water testing that we do for them. They have been billed for 2025. It's just not accounted for. So we base 2026 on the same assumptions. Hall rental revenue, we have increased slightly based on 2025 actuals plus some proposed increases to the user fees, which we will hopefully be getting to at Wednesday's meeting. Then for general expenses, facility wages, this actually represents facility wages and benefits, and it's just up slightly based on the allocation of one full-time position as well as the student position. And as I mentioned previously, when we were looking at cemeteries, because we're doing cemetery grass cutting in-house, we've added this additional expense of $1,100 to our mower budget. Is there any questions on the general revenues and expenses? Okay, so next is the old Twist property on Highway 124. So we have removed building maintenance and hydro costs since the building has now been demolished. The insurance allocation, you'll note, has gone up almost double. That's just based on some corrected allocations, but when we get the renewal in with that building removed, that may change. But the main thing is that we fully accounted for our insurance costs. And I think it might be easier to look at insurance at the end of the meeting, just so you can see overall where we're at, instead of honing in on specific accounts. Then property maintenance, we've just increased slightly by $200 just for some beautification work that the Public Works Manager wanted to put funds aside for the property. Is there any questions on that property?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Quick question. It's for this one, but can also hit on some of the other ones. Can we try and get, well, sorry, it's not in this item, Jessica, it's on the community hall, but I'll bring it up now. Is it possible to get a new flag or flagpole? I know the one we currently have is rusty. Just a comment to staff, maybe. I'm sure it's not a budget item, but I think it can be replaced and redone for a couple $100 next year. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. I'll ask the Public Works Manager to note that. I'm sure we can accommodate that within our proposed budget. Okay, so next is the administration building. It's gone up by 3,200 overall, and that's driven by adding a budget for building maintenance. So you'll see on this account, for some reason, there had been no budget for 2024 or 2025. 2025, we had some substantial expenses to do some maintenance work on the building. So we're anticipating that $2,500 should be sufficient for 2026 based on what needs to be done. And then our heating and hydro costs have been just adjusted slightly upwards.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Woods, you had something on that building a year or two ago that you thought needed fixing. I forget what it was, but was it ever fixed? Something to do with the peak or something, I thought.
There was a few long-standing maintenance issues. The one was in my opinion anyway, the back wall, the wood siding was curling off in places. There was a couple broken pieces of siding at the man door for the fire hall side, and the fascia on the peak, the apex of the roof, basically the top of the gable end of the fire hall, there was some tin work missing. But I thought staff was working on that or getting somebody to work on that. I don't know if it's been done yet. But I mean, I've said this before, we should know, because this was noted when that building was built, right? that we have to restain that because it's true wood siding. And if you don't keep up on the maintenance of that, you're going to be spending lots of money trying to replace it because that wood siding is not cheap.
I'm sure staff has noted that. So. Thank you.
Mike has his hand up. I think he can answer that question.
Mike, go ahead.
Your worship, I was just gonna say, yeah, we've had a bunch of minor repairs and stuff done on that building this summer. I'll have to take a deeper look at the siding issue, but there's been some caulking and the face has been repaired and a bunch of other little things that were noted that needed to be done were done this summer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to bring up one item which I would have said to staff if I remembered before now, but it's in the fire department offices, and I find it funny. I've only been in there a few times, but the last time I was in there, I joked to the fire chief and said, "Where's the door?" Because there's an exit sign that is still sitting there above where there used to be a door that was taken out. I'm sure you knew nothing about it, Mike. So maybe you can work with the fire chief to get that exit door or exit sign removed, as there is no exit there anymore.
Okay, I'll move on to the next area, which is the Ardbeg Hall. The only thing we budget here is internet. That I understand that was moved from the Station 2 budget, and the internet was moved from Station 2 to the Ardbeg Hall. So that's been adjusted downward based on actuals. And I'll just note the 2025 actuals, there are some reallocations, some invoices got coded to the old account, so we just need to move those. Any questions on Ardbeg? Okay, next is the Dunchurch Hall, our community center. So this is going up just very modestly by $1,001. Supplies have gone up because we have increased usage of the facility. So with that, an increase in cleaning and other supply costs. Building maintenance is being increased by $1,000 just based on the last 2 years of history. 2025, our actuals were quite over budget, but we don't anticipate to have as much maintenance work in the 2026 year. Heating, hydro, and phone have all just been adjusted based on actuals, also accounting for an increase in the rates for 2026. Insurance has just been adjusted slightly upward by $500, and high-speed internet has been adjusted downward by $100 just based on actuals. Is there any questions on the community center?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Jessica, it's kind of the community center, but also it might be a couple other locations. It's to do with the internet. And we have the high-speed internet through Starlink, and it might have been before your times, but we spoke about how we're using residential internet service, even though we're a municipality, and are not paying for the business service, which I think we should be doing, which I think we all know is the right thing to do. Do you know if that has been addressed over the course of this year to ensure that what we're paying Starlink is based on a business account and not on a residential account, to ensure that we're not trying to get one over, I'll call it, on business by saying where it's for personal use when it's not? Do you know if we've looked into that and addressed that dilemma?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Nash. Through your worship, I believe it is a business account, but I'd have to confirm that. However, I can tell you that we have a variety of internet providers, and we are looking at other options for the 2026 year, and perhaps standardizing where we can. I know that I forget the company, but at Ald's landfill site, they are no longer in business, so we have to find another provider out there. It might be Starlink. There might be another option. So Really, at the end of the day, it would be very minor savings or increases. So we haven't adjusted the budget based on that, but it's something we're investigating.
Okay, thank you. And
You're
I think, yeah, it was quite a big difference for Starlink residential versus commercial. And I know
Okay.
we're all gonna have high-speed internet in the near future, be it a year or two away, both up in Ardbeg and also in the community itself, when the high-speed internet comes along, the 520 and 124. Thank you.
That's like the ever being pushed out system. Like it was supposed to be a year ago. Now I hear it's towards the end of 2026. It's like the slow boat to China.
Is there any other questions on the Dunchurch Hall? Okay, just a few more to get through. So next is the garage. That's actually gone down slightly by $720. Mainly just made adjustments here based on actuals and where we expect spending to be. I will note that the miscellaneous budget has been removed and combined with the account below it for supplies and tools. We don't really like the word miscellaneous. We like to be a little bit more open and transparent. So the Public Works Manager and I agreed to just consolidate those together. High-speed internet has been adjusted slightly downward. Hydro, telephone, and heating have also been adjusted slightly downward overall, just based on year-to-date actuals and accounting for an increase for 2026. Insurance, again, is based on a 3% increase for the renewal in May. And building maintenance is anticipated to stay at 8,000, just to give us some room for some additional work that we need to do this year over and beyond what we did in 2025. Is there
Mr.
any
Mayor?
questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's just a curiosity as to the insurance from last year on several accounts is really, really low. And I'm
thank you for
curious
the
as to
question.
why that happened.
Yeah, that was asked already, I think, by Councillor Nash. That's
Oh.
just some outstanding entries that haven't been done. So basically,
Okay.
I've looked at the insurance and how it has to be allocated. I just haven't got the entries into our financial system.
Oh.
But all of our numbers were based on the full insurance
Yeah.
premiums. So
Okay.
I think what will be helpful is before, like on Wednesday, before we end the meeting, that we look at insurance as a whole, because mainly we just want to make sure we account for everything. All of this is just slicing and dicing between the accounts. But I think if we look at it overall, that'll help.
Sorry, I missed that.
No worries.
Didn't mean to ask the question. I guess I wasn't listening as closely as I should have. Thank you so much.
No problem.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, Jessica, when we're talking about the garage, I noticed that the last time I talked about internet, and you said this one was reduced by a little bit. But hopefully when staff are looking at options, we can remember that at the Grange now, we do have that big antenna, and hopefully we might be able to shoot a beam to some of the other buildings from there, to eliminate some of our internet needs and go off one location that can send signals out just when you guys are looking into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. We'll certainly consider that. Okay, next is Maple Island Park. So the budget has, we haven't proposed a change for the budget. We just wanted to leave it the same because I know council had some discussion on some potential work that could happen at that location. So we've left 1550 in the budget.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Jessica, I might get council's opinion on it, but I know several years ago there was some patio stones stolen from here, and there was also used to be Johnny on the spot or Portalet, as Councillor Woods has mentioned. Can we make sure maybe to increase this so that staff can at least replace the stolen patio slabs and make sure that we do have a Portalet at this location? Because I know, as has been said before, some people find it hard to go there because there isn't a washroom facility for little children. So I'm not sure what others think, but could we maybe double double the budget here for this year to allow for those things to at least be started, or at least to have a portalet, which I know is $100 and something a month. Thank you.
You can get the patio stones by just going right across 520, right at the entrance. They're sitting over there at someone's property. It's true, but I say it in jest. That's where they are.
Yeah. What do others think about getting that repaired that was stolen? Like I'd at least like to see something done there, and certainly something for people being able to go to the bathroom instead of parents or adults alike running into the bush if they're playing volleyball or at the swing set to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I would agree with getting the patio stones for sure, and I think a porta potty would be that would be great to have something there for the summer months or like the spring to fall.
Could that
Yeah.
not come out of parkland dedication? That's a parkland.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I do remember the situation that Councillor Nash had just brought up. I went there with staff at the time to look over what was done. There always was the portalet or Johnny on the spot there, and it was thrown in the dump apparently. But that is something that I've heard from multiple people out there that use that area. Right, when you're out there, there's nowhere to go to the washroom, and you've caught people, using the bushes that surround the property as the facilities kind of idea, right? I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, I don't know how everybody else thinks about it, but anywhere where we have a spot where people are going to go use it, sit around, go swimming, use docks, use the launches, or use the parks, we should have something there. With Johnny on the spot or an outhouse built. Trying to think of our baseball diamond too. If we ever get to the point where we're going to use that and the kids are in there, or we have a baseball league like Mr. Shedden was presenting to us, we're going to have something, because you couldn't have 20, 30 kids there playing baseball, a bunch of adults, and have no facilities. So that's something for the future I think we should be considering anyways.
Yeah, I agree. Makes sense.
Through your worship, I just wanted to address the questions on using parkland funds. Those are really minor operating expenses, so I wouldn't recommend using parkland for them. Parkland is meant for more capital initiatives related to parks. But to increase this to 3,000 to accommodate a porta potty and some stones is only a $1,450 increase, and that's really minor. So I can add that to the list of changes.
Okay.
So yeah, we're still sitting at an increase just above 3% currently, with the changes that council's proposed so far, just for your information. So next is the nursing station. So we have some small lease revenue that we get based on the agreement with them. So it's just been adjusted slightly to $1,100. And the nursing station expenses have been increased to $3,500 just based on the last 2 years of history. And I think that's just for water testing and some minor building maintenance. Is there any questions on that?
Jessica, through you, Mr. Mayor. You just brought up water testing. I totally forgot. I totally vegged out on it, to be honest. But I'm not sure if we could bring it up at the end of today or if we could go back to environmental initiatives. And I think all of council spoke about possibly the importance of water testing on our lakes, but I don't see it anywhere in our budget, and I don't think it's capital. Would you like to go back to that section, or speak to it later on in the meeting?
Through your worship, I think we can speak to that later. One of the last cost centers is related to water, and I think that might be a suitable place for the discussion and to put some budget funding in. So it's called water services. So and it's the last one we'll be looking at. So I propose that we discuss that at that point.
Perfect. Thank
You're welcome.
That one is drinking water, right? Water
Yes.
services is the water that we provide in our buildings and in our tap. But that's I don't think that's what Councillor Nash was talking about, is it?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm talking about the water testing on individual lakes for the phosphorus and pH and things like that to start a baseline for us as a municipality to use on hopefully the next official plan or the next zoning bylaws. So
I think that's an environmental initiative, Jessica.
Okay. Yeah, maybe tomorrow we can revisit environmental initiatives and have a discussion on that. Okay, any questions about the nursing station?
No.
Okay, I'll move on to the pavilion. So wages is just showing because there was an accounting error in 2025. We need to move that amount out of there, but we don't typically budget any wages for the pavilion. Supplies we've adjusted upward by $250 just based on our 2025 actuals. Heating has been adjusted downward based on 2025. Well, based on actually the last 2 years of history. We just tried to average it out. I think it's sometimes hard to estimate because of weather, but I think that will be sufficient. Building maintenance, we have left the same. Hydro has been increased slightly, and I will note that some of those actuals are posting error, so that will be adjusted downward. And then the insurance has been adjusted slightly upward, just based on that 3% increase to the premiums in May. And again, the actuals are not up to date. There's some outstanding postings.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Jessica, if we put in a new sunshade down at the beach, that could come out of parkland dedication, couldn't it? That's a capital
Yes,
thing.
and that was something we have. Remember, we have that capital project for new park initiatives that was funded from Parkland, and so that sunshade was something that was discussed to be done under that project. So, but to answer your question, yes, we could use Parkland for that.
Well, I don't use the beach, but the people that do, I see them all crowding under the two sunshades down there. I think there's two of them. They could use a third one. I don't think they're that expensive. What do they put, $4,000 or something, aren't they?
I'm not sure on the cost myself, but yeah, that can be accommodated within that capital project. I think we would just need to provide direction to the Recreation Committee because they were going to manage that project.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Pavilion, what building are we referring to when we say pavilion? Can you refresh?
Dundome.
Okay.
Dundome.
That's what I thought. I just wasn't sure why we didn't call it Dundome. That was all.
Should be called the Floyd Thompson Arena.
I agree with you 100% on that one, Councillor Lamb.
And through your worship, we can certainly change the name on those accounts. That's just historically what they were called.
Well, you can just put Dundome in brackets after it, I think, just in case people. It's the only thing we have that would qualify as a pavilion, I guess. But anyway.
And I believe the works manager had said that there'll be a little work done to the washroom there. So that's included either under here or under the other AODA items, I presume. Thank you.
Okay, next slide.
Okay, so next is fire and rescue services, and I am proposing that this be the last cost center we review today. We'll hopefully finish up around 5 o'clock. And that will work out nicely because the next area after that is the library, and Eva was on the first on the agenda tomorrow to do her presentation. Oops. So again, with fire and rescue services, we've broken it out into some subgroupings. So you have your general revenues and expenses. Then we've grouped all of our equipment expenses, some expenses for the helipad, Station 1, and then Station 2. So for general revenue, we have increased our fire revenue budget by $5,000, and that's revenue that we get from the MTO for calls on Highway 124. So it's an established MTO rate, but just based on increased incidences in the history over the last 2 years, you can see that it was always over budget. So we've just accounted for that. And then we've just adjusted our smoke alarm revenue and slightly down, and then our helipad maintenance that we get back from Orange, they give us 5,000 annually, so it was just adjusted based on actuals. Okay, and then under expenses, the fire chief did help with most of these estimates, so I may have to defer questions to him. But firefighter wages, we have left, or we've just increased it slightly. We've rounded it to 103,000, but he did indicate that based on 2025 actuals, that would be sufficient for 2026. Then for training and new recruits, we've basically just moved some budget funds around. So we've increased our budget for training to 15,000, up $5,000, and then we have adjusted the new recruit expenses down from 20,000 to 15,000, just based on anticipated expenses. So no net increase between those two accounts. WSIB. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Woods.
Can I just make a comment quick, Mr. Mayor, ask a question?
Go ahead.
It's in regards to firefighter wages. I brought this up, I think it was a couple of years ago in a budget meeting, about the rates of pay that the firefighters were getting, because at the time they were getting for training. I know you get a different fee. I still don't understand it why, but you get a different fee paid to you for training as you do being out on a call. But at the time, we weren't paying minimum wage for training. It was less than minimum wage. I just wanted to make sure that this has been rectified, basically.
I can speak to that through your worship.
Go ahead.
Yes, there is 2 rates of pay, and the training is the lower amount. It is above minimum wage now, and we do increase those rates by the CPI increase, similar to what we do for council and our non-union staff. It was missed in 2025. It hadn't been adjusted at the beginning of the year, so we did recently correct that. And then we've done an increase for 2026 based on the CPI increase for this year.
And
Okay, thank you.
through you, Mr. Mayor, when we found out that the volunteer fire department members weren't getting paid minimum wage, do you know if that was taken care of, Jessica? Was there retroactive pay, hopefully, to the members for that shortcoming in their salary or in their hourly wage, I guess?
Thank you, Councillor Nash. I need to look into that. I wasn't here at the time, so I can just speak to the rates as they are, is above minimum wage. So,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
I do have a question. You just brought up WSIB. I was going to talk about benefits for the fire department. So what I understand is if a volunteer member is on a call and unfortunately gets injured or hurt, they are covered under our workers' compensation account during their time working as a volunteer fire department or fire department member for us.
Yes, through your worship, that's correct. We do pay premiums for the firefighters, and then we also have some coverage through our insurance policy.
Okay, and do you know what's that other coverage with our insurance policy? What does that cover for?
I'd have to get the details for you.
Okay, if you could, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. So I just wanted to note that the WSIB premium, we've just adjusted the budget based on what we should actually, there was just a correction to the calculation. So we've worked with WSIB to get that corrected. Then ambulance dispatch is just adjusted slightly upward by $237 based on a slight increase for next year. Insurance again is based on the 3% increase for our May renewal. And again, the actuals are, there's just some outstanding postings that need to take place. A lot of these changes are just minor. And again, in fire, what the fire chief and I did was looked at our history and just budgeted more in line with where our historical spending was, and then accounting for any increased needs for 2026. CPA fire cost is a bit of a larger reduction. That's just based on our 2025 actuals. And the emergency plan is a more substantial increase of, it's gone from 2,500 to 5,000. And that's to account for the annual training exercise that the municipality does between the emergency committee, as well as some emergency supplies, like I believe some cots and things like that. Was there any questions?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Jessica, but it might be a question for the fire chief if he is on the call still. Just when I'm looking at some of the expenses, I see 2 snowmobiles, and I understand the snowmobiles are at fire station number 1 and station number 2 are getting fairly old. Does yourself or the fire chief know what age those snowmobiles are and when we may be looking at needing to replace them, just so we have an idea going forward? Thank you.
Through your worship, I don't know the specific age of them, but I believe the fire chief indicated he didn't feel they needed to be replaced this year. I did previously know at our capital budget meeting that we're going to be looking at a longer term capital forecast for the following budget cycle. So we will certainly update that with the snowmobiles and schedule them in.
Okay, and is the fire chief on the call? Maybe he could answer the age of them.
Yeah. Councilor Nash, the both snowmobiles are 2001s.
Okay.
Wow.
So that's what I thought you'd told me the year before, Bob, and that's why I was asking. Just when I think of how important those snowmobiles are for the winter for us, I assume that they're kind of like a truck, although they're running great. When they get to be that old as a snowmobile, we may be needing to reinvest some funds next year or in the coming years to replace them. And I think, hey, if we've already gotten 24 years or 25 out of these, that's fantastic. And good job in the fire department for keeping them up. But I just wanted to ask that question because when I heard the age, I thought it was almost replacement time. Thank you.
Okay, anything else under fire?
Through your worship, just a couple more areas for fire
Yeah,
to
you
go,
got
or
it.
a few more. So next is equipment. So this is all of the maintenance for the different vehicles that we have at Station 1 and Station 2. It's a net increase of 3,045. That's mainly driven by moving that maintenance that we initially had in capital for the tanker at Station 2. So that's just a temporary increase of 4,000 for some maintenance we have to do this year. The other changes in the budget are just minor to reflect actuals and what we anticipate for 2026. And if there's no questions, I'll move on.
Sorry, Jessica, I do have one more question to do with Station 2. And it's again something I brought up to the fire chief, and I'm not sure if it's in the budget, just maybe it's under maintenance for Station 2 or not. But when we were doing the garden there this past summer, I noticed and said that I didn't really see a sign on the door of the actual main door. There's a nice wood sign, I think, which is a little historic, but a sign that says Whitestone Fire Hall, call 911, that kind of stuff. And Bob, do you know if that's included in your budget to get done this year?
Yeah, we've talked to Natalie at Signcraft, and she's working up a design to fit both of the doors, because both of the doors at Station 2 and 1 are different sizes. So she's working on that and then she's gonna send it back, but it's in there yet.
Perfect. Thank you, Bob.
Okay.
Next is the helipad budget. So just a couple accounts for insurance and maintenance. Insurance has been adjusted downward slightly as well as maintenance, just based on actual history. And then Station 1 just has a very minor increase of $100 due to a slight increase for Boat 1 based on actuals and to telephone costs. And then Station 2 also has a very modest increase of $249 based on increased telephone costs and a slight rounding adjustment for building maintenance. So that completes fire. If there's any further questions on fire, we can take them. Okay, so yeah, I propose that we can end here, and our next area is the library. We'll have Eva do her presentation first thing in the morning, and then we'll just finish walking through the cost center. Just in terms of how much we have to get through, library, planning, recreation, roads, thrift shop, waste management, and water services. So based on today's discussion this afternoon, we got through a big chunk of the operating cost centers. So I think we have enough time Wednesday morning to get through the remainder, and then Wednesday afternoon we can go through the proposed user fee changes as well as the changes to capital that council requested. Then we can look at where we're at with the bottom line and any further adjustments that council wants to make.
What did we add today? How much?
We added a total of 17,850. So we're currently sitting at an increase of 3.26%. But that's before the education taxes. So that's just 3.2%, 26% to our levy requirement.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And Jessica, thank you for all your hard work again on this report. Very easy to follow. I just wanted to say that again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate the feedback.
Okay, thanks. Can we get if we're done for today, can we get a motion to reconvene into a regular meeting, please?
Yeah, I can make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nash moves, seconded by
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Bray?
Councillor Bray, yes.
Mayor Carmy, yes, that's carried. And so we're back in regular, and it's 4:51. It says PM. I think we'll go with PM. 4:51 PM. All right. We don't have any motion to put for what we've done other than our confirmatory bylaw, I guess.
I can make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. Seconded by
I'll second.
Councillor Lamb. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Yes, Mayor Carmy, yes. Okay, thank you. That's carried. And finally, adjournment. Whereas now therefore be it resolved that this meeting be adjourned at, looks like 4:53 PM. Until the continuation of the regular council budget meeting of Wednesday, February 11th, 2026 at 10 AM.
I can make that motion, Mr.
Councillor Nash, seconded by
I'll second.
Councillor Bray. All those in favor?
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor
Councillor
Woods,
Bray,
yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
And Mayor Carmy, yes. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
Yeah, have a good evening, everyone.
See you.